There we go. Recording's up as well. So hello, YouTube. Right, we're going to pick up where we left off. Which was somewhere. Oh god, which is the most recent save? 14th, 21:27? That looks right.
You look distant today, babe. Is something the matter?
What? Do I? Sorry. I don't think that audio should have played just then. Right. And good evening, Venture. And now I have no glasses. Right, okay, so we are finishing off the diary. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 scenes left to find. 4 missing here. This implies we're missing 5. Maybe there's a special final one. Right, forget my life, go on adventures is our hint. There's one labelled adventure, one break free. That could be related to forget my life, but it might be just very on the nose and just be adventure. Let's try that.
So I tell him halfway from nowhere. Okay, gotcha. But in what direction?
You
Right,
look distant today, babe. Is something the matter?
No, this is the same again. Hang on, was it the other option?
So I tell him halfway from nowhere. Okay, gotcha. But in what direction?
I
Drunkenness
thought
and...
you'd be hiding something, but no matter how much I try
This
to
is new.
drive you away, you you keep proving me wrong. Just like that. Why won't you leave me alone, you bore? You are not allowed to be this nice to me.
Okay, so... I glanced over it, and I really shouldn't have, but this scene has content warnings for drunkenness and suicidal ideation. So, if that makes you uncomfortable, there's your warning. That should only be for this scene. But this is something new, which may lead into more stuff.
Sep, put that cup down. You're squeaking like a barkeep's rag.
Damn it, Adder. Nothing you say makes sense. But you're a good dear. Your behavior has been absolutely irreproachable, and I haven't been up to the mark. I'm so sorry.
Hello, Abby. Welcome to the stream.
You are?
I don't know. Wait. Oh, you should read my gaze and tell me. Oh, I can already hear your voice saying, well, yeehaw, my melon called me a biscuit. You're just a little sad on the septude, as always.
I'll make like I didn't hear that if you tell me what the haze and almost something's supposed to be.
Almost shut up.
Thank you for head pat.
All right, that's it. We're gonna go and take a stroll for you spill your guts all over the carpet. Come on up. Holy horns! You're heavier than the last time.
It is you who is weaker.
Sneaking out of Sep's room was generally a lot easier without having to carry its owner over a shoulder like a sackcloth. Far away from the little hubs of nightly entertainment, Heirloom looked positively dead. Curfew rendered the streets almost pitch black, a strainer that only left those that knew how to navigate its narrow alleys in the dark.
Hey, where are we going?
Didn't you say I'd never take you anywhere? Well, no more. Today, I'm gonna show you my favorite spot in all of Heirloom.
That sounds boring. Let's do something more exciting. Let's elope. No. Let's jump off a bridge again. Ooh, make it 2 bridges.
Oh dear.
Ma'am, it just so happens dear old Duck Na is very attached to me, and I don't want to make her jealous.
Oh, please. I've seen you do it once. I'm sure you can do it twice. It doesn't have to be the royal pathway this time. It can be a smaller bridge, a tiny one.
I mean, I'm the kind of bug that's got to run around in the rain to get wet. I could survive any fall just fine, but I already know how it feels when the ground wants you back, and let me tell you, it ain't pretty.
'Cause of my... 'cause of my butt. right? It's a butt joke. And I'm the I'm the butt of the joke.
Oh, Sep.
Atta girl, we're almost there.
The rhythm of Ada's steps, coupled with the soft sway of his arms as he held our peculiar drunkard, only served to increase the soporific effect of a few too many cups of wine. Sep closed her eyes for a moment.
Oh boy, I'm gonna feel like I got sandbags instead of arms tomorrow. Wakey, wakey, sleepyhead, we're finally here.
For your information, I was actually awake the whole time.
Uh-huh, of course you were. Sep reached out for Ada's tail while she stretched her arms, prompting the buck to leave her on the ground a little faster. Once repositioned, she was finally free to look around, but she couldn't see anything. It was so dark and lonely out there that all she could make out was the diffused glimmer of Ada's horns against the orange moonlight.
You gonna stare at me all night?
She only reluctantly moved her eyes away from his at his insistence. Her expression lit up as she finally got used to the dark enough to admire the view before her. A beautiful, empty beach, hidden behind a wall of run-down houses and drying racks covered by seaweed. Obscured by the night, but with proud fires casting light upon its spires, Heirloom's Alcazar stood regally over an imposing mountain emerging from the sea, accessible only through the last section of the royal pathway.
Now, I know this place ain't nothing half as fancy as what you're used to, but when I'm feeling like time's running too fast and life's hitting me a little too hard, I come here and just sort of forget everything for a moment. Mr. Bard says it's a sobering view, so I figured it was the perfect time to show you.
They leaned against each other as they sat side by side, watching the Alar Sea extending before them. Too rough and fierce to be explored by the tiny Akaphorian merchant ships, but just loud enough to cover every other sound beyond the beach. The salty breeze kept a few sailboats moving in the night, but they didn't break the illusion of a world where only the two of them met. Sep looked completely captivated by the view. Ada never needed an excuse to stare at her, mesmerized.
You ain't never been to the beach after curfew before, have you?
I've never been to the beach at all.
Afraid I've ruined the rest of them for you then. This one's perfect. It's empty, it's got a nice view of the palace, and, sand. Only bummer is it's one of those beaches that comes and goes, so, we'll be going with the sand if we don't get the hay out of here for dawn.
So, how did you find it? Why is it so empty? Have you taken anyone here before? Besides that Mr. Bard of yours, does it always smell so weird in here? How deep does the water go?
Whoa there, slow down. One question at a time, ma'am.
Sep didn't ask again. She reached down for her boots instead, removing them clumsily before Ada's confused stare. Moving with barely just enough grace to not look absolutely wasted, she marched a few steps into the sea, letting the cold foam reach her ankles and then her knees. Ada followed suit, having no footwear to worry about. They stayed there in silence for a moment that felt like an hour.
Do you think that we could reach a different shore if we jumped into the sea right now?
I hate to break it to you like this, but the eye patch don't make me a pirate. I swim like a bucket of nails.
I can't swim either, but we could at least try, right? We don't have much to lose either way.
Folks die when they drown, you know.
Very, very smart words there, Ada.
I know.
Silence intruded into their conversation again, always happy to make space for itself. It bore no wistful remarks this time, for it was heavy and thick with a secret shared, perhaps unwillingly. Most people would have sunk to the bottom of a silence like this, but not Ada.
Hey, how about I paddle us there? Look at these hands. They're basically oars. And my neck looks like the tip of a ship. I was born to be a boat, I'm telling you. Look, I'm just going to lay on my back, you get on top of me, and we'll sail off to the sea.
So, you want me on top of you, is what you're saying?
I can take you wherever you want, is what I'm saying. I don't mind sinking, as long as you float.
Went right over his head. As usual. A strange warmth spread across Sep's face. She couldn't understand very well why it was, but she was blinking a lot faster than before. She rubbed her eyes with her forearm, only managing to smear the teardrops all over her face. No matter how inebriated she was, she still had just about enough of a questionable sense of dignity left to lay flat down on the sand, trying to hide her expression. Ada sat down by her side, grabbed her whole body with one hand and moved her weight to his lap, letting all her anguish melt into tears between his arms. He had a feeling that she would never let him do this sober.
They're all gone, Adder.
I know.
He didn't really know. He didn't have any clue what she was crying about in her drunken haze, as he clumsily stroked the hair around her horns. But it didn't matter. He understood just fine. Something about acting. Discussion of racism as trauma and ableism. Is this one we've had before? Because it's got a skip button, so I assume it is. Right. Pull it back then. We have 2 new forts available to access new scene. We somehow got a +1 scene, but we still have 4 question marks, like we did earlier, so I'm not sure what we just got. Right. Playing a role or didn't want to be left behind. Hang on, can I sort grown up? Let me go through this
So I
again
tell
and
him
skip ahead.
halfway from nowhere. Okay, gotcha. But in what direction?
I thought you'd be hiding something, but no matter how much I try to drive you away,
There.
you
New scene.
You keep proving me wrong. Just like that. Why won't you leave me alone, you bore? You are not allowed to be this nice to
Come on,
me.
Sep. Right, okay. Next scene. Warning for grieving for a recently deceased parent.
Sep? Sep, sweetie, are you in there? Could you open the window for me? No? That's okay. Don't worry, you don't need to say anything. I know how... No, I don't. I'm not immortal. I can't imagine how hard this must be for you. All I can say is that I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I couldn't be there when it happened. I failed you, as much as I failed Thar. You don't believe what Yoff said, right? It was nothing personal. All the evidence pointed to a guy. I had to arrest him, and I think... Look, Sep, I don't want this to sound like I'm putting the blame on you in any way, but I have reasons to believe he might have...
He found out.
I see. That's... I don't know what to say. Sep, after all that's happened, I don't think it'd be wise for me to spend any more time around your family. I'm afraid I'm not welcome here anymore. So, we have to say our goodbye for now, little pumpkin. Curses don't have any effect on an old tree like me, so... Know that wherever you go and whatever you do, I'll be cheering you on from afar. You have a friend in me always, Sep. A loyal ally for the Jasif.
Sep's ears perked up upon hearing that name. She'd read it over and over. She'd heard it in countless stories from her mother. But by the time she mustered the courage needed to open that window, Illigrab was gone. Nope, we can't get that scene. I'm missing a memory. Okay. Not yet. Was I just playing a role? Let's see. Remove the filters. Farewell, was that just the one we just got? Call Me Jacif. Yeah, I think that's the one we just had. Okay. Playing a role. Anything to do with, like, acting? Hmm. I'm actually not sure what that comes under of these things. Playing a role. Maybe here? I mean, I can skim through it. It doesn't pop up, so it's not this one.
You look distant today, babe.
Oh,
Is something the matter?
there we go. It says this scene. Okay, we found that. We found it eventually. Is it all just an act? Gotta be that. Warnings for fantasy racism. The Desert Rose was an exceedingly successful business, usually hidden away in their own little corner of Heartache District. However, they were known for occasionally holding charity events for the good of the city. Brief glimpses of the wonders that the Desert Rose kept locked behind walls, shared with the poor citizens who would never get to see such beauties in their entire lives otherwise. Did I say charity? My bad. I meant promotion. The stage was set in the souk for the dancers, and the expectation was immense even hours before the show started. The plaza was filled to the brim with excited deer, curious does, a couple of bored gazelles, and a few intrigued ibexes blocking everyone's view with their huge horns. But the owner of this memory wasn't basking in the love of the crowd that secretly sighed for her. No, we'd have to sneak into the dressing room to find her. Not like that.
Jacif, how much longer do you need to get dressed? Miss Rochelle told me to drag you out by the horns if you're not ready by the next dance.
Oh, don't rush me. You know how much the public means to me. My dance has to be so great they will never forget my face. Or my body. I'm still trying to decide where I want them to look today, so why don't you go and get the embers ready for me? I'll be out in a minute.
Absolutely not! I'm not your errand girl. That's what we have the stagehands for.
Well, someone needs to warn the stagehands that I'm on my way, right? Do you expect me to come out unannounced and stand on the spotlight smiling at the crowd while I wait for the servants to fetch me my torches?
I'm going to be the one to answer in front of Miss Rochelle if you play me a second time.
If I, what? Sorry? Play you? Wow, you really have a high opinion of me, don't you? Fine then. I swear by the three that I'm going to leave in a minute. There. Did that sound like a lie? No? Then go, before I tell Miss Rochelle that you've been delaying me.
Sep gave her the fakest smile she could make until the doe backpedaled away. She was alone, at last, free to focus on her plan. A plan that had taken weeks of preparation, cavillation and study, merely to find a suitable chance to carry it out. But the day had finally arrived. And now the moment came too.
Rivets! Rivets! Buy your rivets here!
A jingling orange blur dashed out of the tent before the other dancer had a chance to react.
Wait, Jacif! Where are you going? The stage is this... not again.
Rivets for your shields! Rivets for your pants! Make your life more riveting! Slicker than boiled onion, aren't I? Ain't no way she's gonna find me like...
Adder!
That's my... Whoa! Hi! Hey, you called, ma'am?
Gods! Do you know how long you've had me waiting? How can a gangly one-eyed yellow deer be this hard to find?
I'm sorry, ma'am. If I'd known you were looking for me, I would have hollered a little louder. You, need some good old riveting. Some good old rivets, I mean.
Very funny, but I don't have time for your jokes right now.
My rivets ain't no joke, ma'am. They're for real cast steel rivets made and smuggled out of my boss's forge.
Smuggled.
Guaranteed return if... hey, you all right there?
Adder, it's me. Don't you remember me?
Ha! Nice try, Missy, but I know this scam.
Wait,
Next,
what?
you'll ask me for the money I borrowed from you 10 years ago, and to that I say,
Sep collapsed to the ground. Her mind was screaming in anger. It wasn't directed at Ada, no. It was directed at herself, for letting something so stupid bring tears to her eyes.
Whoa, don't, it's all right. I don't know what's wrong, but there ain't nothing a rivet can't. What do you think you're looking at, huh? It's just a Barhan lady, for crying out loud. Keep going, yeah, move along, nothing to see here. You mind if we take this somewhere a little bit quieter, ma'am? Come on, you can scam me all you want once we get away from these creeps.
Ada would have never dared to pet a lady he just
Valerie,
met reassuringly.
Water.
Stop slouching.
But I will have a drink. So he instead used his arms as sunshades to protect her from gossipers and oglers alike. The ruckus of the souk became a mere whisper as they dived deeper into the maze of streets that surrounded the plaza.
Can't believe I let myself do something so undignified.
Nothing wrong with leaving your dignity home every once in a while, ma'am. My ma used to tell me that crying makes your eyes prettier, and yours are a force to reckon with. Not that I'm saying you're a crybaby, you just, you got some nice eyes there.
Eyes! Of course! You're a gaze reader!
Whoa, hold up there! How'd you know that? Did you read my mind? You a gaze-reading scammer?
Of course not! I was the one who taught you that concept. Come here and see it for yourself.
Keep those hands where I can see 'em, ma'am. You ain't teach me nothing. A fortune-telling Zell I met moons ago in a fair did. She told you, didn't she? You're a Zell too. You gotta know her.
I am very confused right now how he's forgotten.
You can slap him later, you can slap him later, you can slap him later, you can slap him later. Ah, well, I can't know that if you don't specify a little. So tell me about the gazelle. How did she look? She was gorgeous, wasn't she? Did she have any outstanding attributes besides literally everything else?
Hey, Onion, good to see you.
Well, it ain't like I like to creep on Zells or anything, but if it'll help you recognize her, I reckon she got a real big... Huh? Big horns? Big tail? No, that ain't right. She looked like a gazelle? What the... Wow-wee, ma'am. You're gonna think I'm crazy, but I can't remember her looks at all now that I think about it. I don't know. Maybe I just fell for her big personality?
No, you didn't.
Yeah, that don't sound like me at all. Well, darn, all right. If you're trying to tell me she's you, just gorgeous don't cut it. You're so pretty you'd make a buck plow through a wall.
I mean, that has happened.
But that
More
just
than
don't make
once.
any sense. Ain't no way I could forget someone like you.
You could, if it was something beyond your control. I suppose I shouldn't have kept this a secret from you in the first place. Tell me, Adder, do you believe in curses?
Yeah, nah, a little bit. I mean, my patron's always cursing me and nothing much has happened yet. Why? You gonna cast a Barhan curse on me if I don't pay up? Don't bother with the evil eye. I already got one of those.
Oh.
I'm the one who's cursed, you prejudiced idiot. Well, not me, per se. That is, I wasn't cursed personally. It's more like that. How am I even supposed to explain this to someone like you?
Sep began walking in circles, practicing her dance moves as she tried to come up with a way to explain a high-level magic concept to a boy as simple-minded as Adasind, son of Gerfeth.
All curses work under the same principle, an alteration in your connection to the Hatsa. In normal circumstances, the river would erode your soul when you died and lend it to your next life. But a curse can shake the current, block it, or worse yet, separate you completely from it.
We talking oblivion here?
Sep nodded gravely.
Barhan legends say that Omagupseb, the last ruler of Bazaksarat, was cursed by Hirub himself for bringing misery to all gazelles. They say he begged the sun for a way to avoid disappearing completely from history, and it must have worked. I wouldn't be here otherwise. Both his methods and the exact clauses of the curse have been lost to time, but the consequences persist. I am an eternal novelty. A gazelle like no one's ever seen before, as history keeps finding contrived ways to erase me from the thoughts of those that meet me.
Is that right? Well, I'm afraid it don't gotta try too hard with me, ma'am. I'm a Karnmai fighter. Mind-bending, memory-breaking, widow-making, headbutts are part of my day-to-day. And I don't mean to brag, but I'm kinda.
A big deal! I know that, you brute! I knew that you would forget me, but I wanted to think that you looked so weird that you'd have to be special, that there had to be something different about you. But in the end, you're just a normal deer. I haven't given you permission to forget me, damn it! I wasn't ready to let go of you! You idiot! You miserable excuse for a gaze reader! You liar! You fool! You absolute dumbass! Remember me! I beg you!
Ma'am, I just want to say that this has gotta be the finest scam I've ever seen in my life! Great story, great acting, and using mind reading to find out all those details beforehand was a great touch. Mr. Bard would have clapped if he'd seen you.
For the last time, it's not a goddamned...
Right, don't break character. Good job. You accept donations on rivets?
Joseph! Joseph, where are you? Why do you always do this to me? Do I look like your nanny or something?
Joseph? Ain't that something like Queen and...
Okay, hello. Sep grabbed Ada's face and pulled it towards hers. In the darkness of the alley, he saw her eyes glowing a mysterious blue.
Come to the beach tonight when the lights are all out. Understood? I swear by Hurub that I will tell all your friends that you're a horn eater if you don't show up.
The beach?
Your favorite place in all of Heirloom. This is my vote of confidence. I'm trusting you.
Okay, couldn't get over that goodbye. Could be farewell. Let me just open that and close it so it's not glowing.
Sep? Sep, sweetie, are you in there? Could you open the...
There we go. So we got the next memory after this. It might not be next chronologically, but it's something. The sun was beginning to set, far in the distance. Hirub's statue cast a long shadow over the city that no longer paid any heed to one of its great gods. Sep waited under the shade of the black marble statue, eyes glimmering an unnatural blue against the red hues that surrounded her. Her horns were still short, but her expression was that of an adult. The fumes coming from the offertories drew bizarre forms in the air, as if inhaled by Hirub himself, all under the intense glare of two purple eyes in a sea of white.
Where's your father, Aina?
Aina! Aina's ears perked up upon hearing her name. She stood frozen for a couple of seconds, then dashed off towards the temple, exchanging her presents for the merchants.
Don't waste your breath praying, daughter of Thor. Your mother can't hear you, and a statue can't reply. Well, what did you make me come all the way out here for?
I've come looking for your knowledge, Tespertog. Illigrib said that you could train me.
Illigrab lied, as usual.
No, he didn't! He said that you too are cursed. That your daughter is as immortal, if not more so, than you are. And that you still dabble in the ancient art of Sephihet, looking for the way to cure her. I want you to do the same for me.
And why would I do that? Aina didn't deserve what happened to her, but that fool Omega Seb did. He deserved every last second of his punishment for bringing ruin upon all of Barhankind.
Even if that were true, how was any of what he did my fault? What have I done to deserve his fate? Do deer ask about my ancestors before looking down on me? Don't I live by the same unfair rules as the rest of the Barhan and Akazor?
I don't think we have all the answers yet, Gwen, but it seems like Sep has a curse placed on her ancestry that makes people forget who she is. And the merchant and Aina seem to have some kind of curse of immortality, but I don't know the source of it or like how it works or anything. The merchant caressed his beard as he pondered her words.
You are every bit as convincing as the last Jasif was. All right, then. If you really want to become my apprentice, you must forget everything you hold dear. I will take you as my own child and give you whatever name I see fit. You will start anew, free to follow any path you seek.
What? No! I don't want to forget! I can't forget! How will I know what I have to do if you take that from me?
Like you ever knew to begin with! You were just a puppet, the protagonist in someone else's show! And now that your threads are breaking, Illigrab wants me to fix you! But I won't! I told him 1,000 times I don't care about gods and kings anymore! And neither should you. Come now, the temple is huge, and Aina could use the company.
Do you seriously expect me to believe that you will set me free if I let you steal my memories? That you won't use me? Do you think I'm an idiot?
No, I think you're a child.
I am Jasif. I was sired by the sun itself to reign over the world. You are nothing more than a servant to my biddings.
Oof.
A lonely child is what you are.
I am Jasif, and you will kneel before me!
The merchant's knees wavered under the power of a voice that only barely began to resemble an adult's. The old man could only hold on to his cane to avoid falling on his face as his legs caved in. Sep stood proudly over the wizard that was, watching with awe the reach of a power she didn't yet understand. But she couldn't enjoy her victory for long. A low growling sound, and 2 purple gleams in the darkness beneath Herob's statue distracted her for a moment. The last rays of sunlight reflected against 2 rows of pearly daggers, poised to sink into her flesh and bone. The sight froze Sep's blood long enough for the merchant to recover his composure and lunge toward her, swinging his cane like a madman.
How dare you talk to your eldest like that, you spoiled rapscallion!
Bertok's voice was so powerful that Sep collapsed to her knees, but she wasn't his target. Behind him, a shadow seemed to dissolve into the ground, whacked away with the long end of the cane.
What was that? How did you...
Like I never tell you! Damn, kids. It's always the same. You think that you're better than the rest just because you're a little talented. Practice! Practice is the secret to every skill, and I've had 400 years to practice! I was cursed to live as the only man standing between you and the fate Hero cast upon your kin, and yet you dare force my hand as my power grows too weak to protect you! Thank your luck the moon was not watching tonight, or else we'd both be lying in a pool of your blood!
My blood?
What's any of that supposed to mean? I don't understand!
You only need to understand this, insolent child! I will not train you! Not today, not in 1,000 years! If there's a barhand fated to watch a new sunrise over Basaxarat, it won't be you! Not while I live!
I don't care what you, or the gods, or anyone wants. I will become Jasif, one way or another.
You can't become Jasif! Don't you feel the flames burning inside you? You were Jasif 1,000 years before you were born! The sun will scorch this land till the moon says the opposite.
A shiver went down the merchant's spine, shaking him from his beard to his bald tail. He stood still for a moment, looking in Sep's direction.
So that's how it is, huh? To think I'd seal my own fate over a stupid fawn's tantrum.
Who are you talking to?
That doesn't matter. I've said far too much. It's dusk now. You're feeling very tired. Go back home and wake up in your own bed, far from plots and divine missions. Live a life led by your own choices, daughter of Thor.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
And you there, pray that I don't find who you are!
God's not a living. What in the name of oblivion was that just now? Ain't no way the Patriot would know I'm watching this, right, Sip? Right? Sip?
He knows Ada was watching in the Mind Palace? Oh, that has so many implications. What?
Never mind. I'm getting the hay out of here.
He knows I'm watching these memories? Fred dissipated. Goddamn. Revisit my greatest fault. What is my greatest fault? It's the one before last. Maybe it links in from this.
You look distant today, babe. Is something the matter?
Am I allowed to want? No.
You look distant today,
Same.
babe.
That loops.
Is something
Okay.
the matter?
Revisit Sep's greatest fault. Dissipated. What is her greatest fault? Any thoughts, anyone? The curse? No. You didn't open the door? Don't open that door?
Mom? Mom?
No. Oh, wait. This is new. Past Ada, sitting on the beach all alone as he watched the palace. As soon as he saw this, Ada knew what the ensuing memory would be. He felt compelled to walk away, pretend he hadn't stumbled upon this. But there came Sep, awkwardly dragging her hooves through the sand as she made her way towards this past projection of himself.
Enjoying the view?
Ada jumped to his feet as Sep's face appeared on his monolateral field of vision.
Well, hello, dozing stags. It's the magic scammer at last. What took you so long, ma'am? Now I was starting to worry I'd have to go back home unstabbed.
I'm not a stabber. Why would I bring a knife here?
Let's see. The prettiest gazelle I've ever seen in my life asking a half-made, one-eyed chump to meet her alone in the dark on a deserted beach? Either you brought a knife or you brought a fork, ma'am.
Precisely. If anyone's bound to carry a knife between us, that'd be you, slum dweller.
Hello, Cost. Welcome to the stream.
Ha! I knew you were lying through your teeth. If you knew me so well as you say you do, you'd know the chances of me carrying a shank are -0. I'm dead scared of pointy things.
Oh, I'm sorry. The list is so long that it's hard to keep track of your fears sometimes.
You call me a coward now? Well, yeehaw my melt and call me a biscuit. I can't believe this. I've come here to be robbed, not insulted, missy. This buck's headed home if you're gonna get all pissy.
Adder, wait! Don't leave. I'm at my wit's end here. Please, look at me. I know we haven't known each other long, but it was really fun. I've grown really fond of you. So, please, tell me that you know my face, my horns, my ears, my anything.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but I couldn't tell a fir from a palm tree in this light. You mind if I step a little closer?
Sep nodded hesitantly. Ada got up slowly, dusted off his pants, and let his hands fall on his hip. He pulled his head closer, his expression contorted into one of extreme concentration.
Now that you say it, you do look kind of familiar, yeah. What'd you say your name was again?
I'm Jaceve, because I said Jaceve, right? Who did I say I was?
And then he kissed her.
A queen don't need no introduction, you dumbass.
The slap Ada got wasn't at all undeserved.
You dissolute reprobate! You witless waste of Barhan blood! Ugh! How long have you known?
Only since that other doe called out your name. When she yelled, Yasif! I looked at her, and then I looked at you, and something in my mind went boom! And my brain just sort of knocked on my skull like, Adder, you dingus, that's your gal right there!
Of course. I hadn't taken previous third-party interactions into account. You met Nahira before with me specifically, in a very similar situation. We shared enough memories for your mind to find that extremely odd. A deja vu!
Bless you.
Don't you get it? The curse works so that you don't realize you know me unless you know that I exist. And what better way is there to prove my existence than having someone whose existence you acknowledge define my person in a word?
You're gonna have to explain that to me at least 20 times, Sep.
Oh, god damn it. I mean, I get it, because someone else... He needed a third party that he could put the pieces together in his mind. Ada grabbed the gazelle by her waist and began spinning her around. They turned and turned until they ended up dizzy and laughing in the sand. The two kissed and whispered and said 1,000 meaningless things, and when the rush began wearing off, they watched the sea quietly.
Even after all that, I'm still not very sure of how you could remember anything before tonight. Most people just forget they met me entirely if they don't see me for a few days, even if we meet again. You, however, could recall everything after weeks. Have you spent a long time around ghosts or gods or, like, cursed people in general? Your eye seems used to seeing things that shouldn't be there.
I don't know, and I don't care. My eye's just happy to see the things that are here right now.
Your eye? Of course. We'll go with that.
Hey, don't get ugly now. I was worried sick. Thought something for real bad would have happened to you. Like maybe Miss Rochelle locked you up and I'd have to save you or you'd been sent away. But then I saw the guard and I thought, piece of cake. I'll just have to find a way to sneak in tomorrow. Next I knew, I'd been crying for days and I didn't even know who I was crying for. I tried looking in every corner of the city because I forgot the girl I was looking for. I missed you so much.
It's okay. I really... Well, it doesn't matter. It's over now. We won't have to stay away from each other ever again.
Hold up! Don't tell me you went and ran away from home or something just to be with me.
It's not just that, of course. There's far too much happening right now in my life. Elbar has been pulling me to one side, Rel to the other, and I don't know. I felt like I was about to break, and I didn't think I could handle it anymore. Not without you by my side, at least.
So what do we do now? You want to come with me to the slums? Mr. Bart will twist my neck like a rag when he sees you, but I'm sure you two will hit it off great. Now I can teach you how to avoid a knife fight, what fountains got clean water, the tastiest moss, and...
Tasty moss. Okay, Lauren. You have a lot of experience seeing things that shouldn't be there. I do so many magic mushrooms. God damn it.
You didn't think this through, did you?
You are precisely the last person in the world I wanted to hear that from. But no, I had a feeling that I would never have another chance to have you by my side if I didn't come here tonight. And I'm not very used to having feelings in general. It felt important. Fortunately for all of us, I seem to be frankly terrible at burning bridges.
Sep produced a rose-shaped key out of her shirt.
If I go back to my life before Ral forgets me, we won't be able to see each other again. The curse will run its course. You'll forget me once more, and I'll be forced to remember you no matter what.
I don't want to forget you ever again, and much less see you cry, because I'm not thick-skulled enough to snap out it on my own. But it ain't like it's hopeless, right? That Yasif guy sort of managed to break the curse, and I'm sure he wasn't half as smart as you are. You'll figure something out.
It's not like I don't have my own theories on how to break it. I mean, there is one deer who has been avoiding the curse for 2 decades. He keeps coming back no matter how much I tell him to go jump off a goddamned...
Wait,
Whatever.
Elba?
That's not relevant. Moving on. I think I know the reason why he's unable to forget me, but I don't think it's a good idea to replicate the experiment. You'd hate me for it.
Look at me, Sep. I don't know what an experiment is, but if I ain't begun hating you for all the ugly stuff you done to me, I won't begin anytime soon. I don't want to risk forgetting you ever again, okay? Whatever it is you gotta do, just... What the hell are you doing, Sep?
Taking precautions. Come now, don't just stand there. Take off your clothes too and get in the water with me. It should
What?
be safer like this.
I think you got that backwards, ma'am, but, if you miss me that much...
Seb's tail floated behind her like a fluffy bait specifically designed to lure Ada into the water. She walked towards the depths until the waves reached her shoulders, ensuring that they were far enough from both any onlookers on the shore and the merchant ships in the sea. The two stood awkwardly against each other, Gazelle and Buck naked. Buck naked. This much was far from a shocking development, but the water was pretty cold, and exhibitionism wasn't precisely Ada's forte. So he felt like apologizing a few times and then digging a hole for himself. Sep wouldn't just let him curse his own luck, however. It was the gazelle who bridged the gap between them, bringing Ada closer to her until the curve of her horns was touching his jaw, and her forehead was resting on his chest. Ada surrounded her whole body with one hand, surprised by her uncharacteristic display of affection.
Do you love me, Adder? I mean, do you really love me? Can you love me even though I'm a gazelle?
Come on, Sep. What sort of question is that? Of course I love you. I'm gonna say it as many times as you gotta hear it. I love your horns, I love your tail, I love those stripes on your face and your friggin' dumb smile and all the things I shouldn't be saying, but you know how much I dig.
Then, what if I told you I'm not quite a gazelle? Would you still love me then?
Say what?
Would you love me if I was a toad, or a slug, or a worm?
Answer! Would you love me if I was something else?
Yeah, I'd love you no matter what.
Get on your knees and swear it!
I swear it! I love you with my whole heart, and you don't know how much love fits inside this heart, ma'am! It's bigger than my brain! Bigger than these hands, even!
The moment after this declaration seemed eternal. Ada was blushing so hard that his cheeks looked like they were about to catch fire. Sep needed a moment to stop an outrageously undignifying tail wag before it started. After much hesitation, she carefully placed her wet hands on Ada's shoulders, her lip trembling as she did her best not to let the slightest trace of embarrassment show.
I trust you then.
She inhaled deeply, trying to put her thoughts in order like so many times before. A few moments passed. Her eyes began glowing an unnatural blue against the darkness. Ada had always thought he'd been imagining things when he saw her eyes gleam, but he could see it clearly now. There really was a little flame flickering behind them. He stared intently, flummoxed by the peculiar sight until Sep turned her face away sharply. The glow vanished as her chest heaved, the blue light replaced instead by a nearly glowing red flush across her cheek.
Don't stare at them like that. It's hard enough as it is.
Ada didn't confirm nor deny this. He merely nodded, and, knowing that there was no other way he could look at her, closed his eye. Sep curled her fingers around his shoulders, making her way toward his chest. Her palms began feeling warm as they dried up. It was a warmth that spread through Ada's body, reaching deep into his heart. He had felt this warmth many times before. It made him feel over the moon. However, the temperature kept increasing until it was no longer the comforting touch he knew so well. The heat began searing his whole skin, diving beyond the parts of him that was submerged until the water didn't even cool him anymore. It wasn't coming from her hands alone anymore, and it had gone way too far. Ada felt like he was holding a boiling pot instead of a gazelle. He tried to pull away, only for Sep to increase her grip on his shoulders.
Not yet. Just a little longer. Please.
Her fingers felt like red-hot irons over his skin. Ada lowered his head, unable to stand the glaring light beyond his eyelid. Sunrise, perhaps? No, that was impossible. The sea would have swallowed the beach whole. Deep down, he knew exactly what the source had to be, but he didn't want to see it. He knew that if he looked, he would never forget whatever he saw, that he would have to live with a new secret for the rest of his life, and he had too many of those already. And yet, he opened his eye, curious, scared, and disoriented. Just a little. Just a glimpse. Just enough to see the sea on fire. We have now seen all the scenes of the diary. Okay, I think it's now time to leave the diary. Ada felt a longer tremor than usual as the memory disappeared. A piece of the wall fell, followed by another and a dozen more. A thin breach formed in her defenses, casting a single sun ray into the darkness. It wasn't nearly big enough for his hands or his head, but that was, without a doubt, the way out of her heart she had promised. He hadn't taken 2 steps toward it when he halted in place, paralyzed by a thought. Ada knew that if he walked out of here, Sep wouldn't let him inside again, ever. But was he truly ready to leave? Did he really know enough to face her? I think it's time to leave. Ada took a moment to reflect on the entries he'd read. If that wasn't enough, nothing would be. He headed toward the cracked wall and examined it for a while. Didn't look like anything less than an earthquake would make it tumble down. And what was the closest thing to an earthquake Ada had at hand? Ada rammed straight into the wall, proving that his will could shatter rocks, bricks, and mental defenses.
Whew, I sure hope that wasn't important. All right, come on, Ada. You got this. Sep! I think I got a good idea of what's going on with you. Can you?
Enlighten me.
Ada took a deep breath, trying to recover from his fright. Or rather, using it as an excuse to order his thoughts for the last time. What was, indeed, so wrong with Sep as to require his help? So I have 4 options now,
Hey, Val.
instead of just 1.
What do you think about some juice?
Because when I left
Stop
the diary
slouching.
early last time... I will have a drink, thank you. When I left the diary early, I didn't know. But now that I know, I have options. So obviously it's not she's bored. I feel like a lot of these are true. I think she's scared.
You said you thought that thing shaking you up was fear, and I think you got it right on the first try, ma'am. And I feel like every time I read your mind, there's always new bad memory waiting. I know how scary the curse is, and I've seen you lose so much, I'd have lost my darn mind if I were you. No wonder you never let your guard down now. You're afraid the moment you let someone in, you'll lose everything again.
And you proved me right.
Look, you don't understand what it's like to... No, I shouldn't talk about myself here. You're right to be mad at me. The burn didn't even hurt. I just got scared and needed an excuse to run from, well, you. You were very brave to trust me back then. I can see that now. I don't really know how to say this better, and I know it's pretty pointless at this point, but I'm sorry. I should have been there to protect you, not make you feel worse.
You're right. It's pointless. I'm still angry, and it'd be downright stupid to deny I'm terrified of what awaits us after this, and would much rather just stay here. But I'm confident that you're not going to let us die so easily. You have some excellent survival skills, if nothing else.
Sepp sent Ada a hopeful look. Forgiveness, without words to accompany it. And though the fire that had brought them together lay dormant, this gaze spoke of something different. A friendship that had barely begun taking its first steps. A plea to continue helping each other stay afloat. But for that to happen, they would need to figure out how to get their head out of the water first. Or the sand, in this case.
So, where do I go from here? How do I get out?
Oh, that's easy. I'll get you out of here.
Didn't you say you couldn't?
I just needed to keep your mind occupied long enough.
Gwa. The world began making sense, little by little. Colors, shapes, shadows, and lights began falling into place as Ada's eye got used to reality once again. But somehow, he wasn't the one looking the most stunned. The number of people in the audience had, at some point, tripled, and they were all staring at him agape. Illigrab's face was covered in dew. Not even Elbar could keep his jaw locked in place.
Y'all feeling all right there?
Ada directed a brief, confused look at Sepp. She smirked.
Lad, I always knew you had the givings of a poet. But to think you had such words hidden inside of you!
Yo, what happened? I know you're not gonna let us die so easily. You've got excellent survival skills. Yep, and if that don't work, I can use the power of friendship. Or this gun I found. God damn it.
This is impossible! How can a peasant, worse, a farmer like you have such a vast vocabulary and nuanced understanding of the allures of the agape? Your spiel was beyond beautiful. It was absolutely splendid! But I purchased Jacif's affections legally, damn it! Her love belongs to me and no one else!
Oh, hey, big puppy.
Did Sir Askadeth just casually admit he's a horn-eater? Are nobles allowed to do that? You think it's a court fad or something?
Well, don't waste time looking, lads. I'm right here if you want to be fashionable.
I don't care how many horns the nobles are eating. That still doesn't explain those hand marks. The witch must have charmed Sir Askadeth to distract us. She's charmed them both! Burn her! Burn the Siphi or we riot!
Burn the witch! Burn the witch! Burn the witch!
Lacking torches, the mob set their pitchforks on fire. They began walking towards Sepp as they chanted for her death. Ada realized that there was only one way to save Sepp and get out of this ungodly mess. Truthing.
Oh, hold up! Oh, what's this? My head! Oh, what's going on? Where am I? Oh, the voices of this rock-throwing, witch-burning, bloodlusting mob have opened my eyes at last! Oh, the spell is broken! I could think clearly at last! Patron, how could you do this to me?
What? How dare you turn on me, Yotson!
Well, you're immortal. You'll live.
This man put his hands on me and cast a spell, and oh, fire! Oh, fire all over the place! And next I knew, more than a dozen moons had passed, and not a contract in sight!
That is absolutely despicable! But how can we trust this truant? We only have his word.
That's not true. Look, the merchant's got hands. Witch hands. They fit perfectly fine in the mark, see? See? And you know what else? He's red, the color of fire. What more proof can any of us need, dear jury?
Yeah, that asshat Geoff is right. The evidence is overwhelming. Why did we listen to a Siphi in the first place?
You're not getting out of here alive, son of Gartheth! You hear me? I'm going to kill you! and then I'm going to fire you! You treacherous gilly wet hoof! You're fired! Fired, I say! Fired!
Cost, with the nature of a visual novel, you really had to be here. The VODs are available on YouTube if you want to catch up with everything that's happened up to this point.
You're the only one who's getting fired here, witch!
And so Geoff spearheaded the mob's effort to build a pyre, taking the merchant and Ada's sentence with them.
Take it from a deserter, Pops. Better lose your job than your life.
Ada, you're a sneaky little bastard. But you're a good sneaky little bastard. Thank you for helping Sep out, lad.
What in the actual name of Oblivion just happened?
Oh, Elbar. I told you you didn't understand what a public trial would entail.
Indeed! It's obvious I clearly don't. I have failed miserably to channel the fickle ire of the masses towards the neck of this lowlife. But do you know which concept I have an excellent grasp of? Executions!
Elbar, don't be a sore loser. The town has already pronounced its sentence.
Oh gosh, Hecky.
Listen to him, Sir Askadath. Revenge is pointless. Keep your head. You can still be a hero in my eyes.
Oh, parried.
This is not about heroism. It's a matter of honor. You have mocked me as you please, one-eyed scoundrel. But I shall be the one to have the last laugh. Die!
Uh-oh. Elbar fell upon Ada with all the might of his cutlass as he screamed. His blade didn't cut flesh as it descended, but metal.
Stop this assault at once, Elbar!
Burbith? The guy I knocked out. You're parrying the parry to the parry to the parry. Well, if you're parrying the most recent parry, then I guess I'm back to bikini. Due to the nature of visual novels, you really have to be here from the start. The VODs are
available from iggymerch.com for only 50 payments of $19.99, or one big wheel of Wensleydale.
Thank you, Grab.
You're welcome.
Ada opened his eyes, finding an unexpected hero hovering above him.
Bearbeth?
Bearbeth had diverted the course of Elbar's sword with his parrying dagger. Bekinant. Bearbeth has a parrying dagger. Making his half-brother hit the ground instead.
What? I mean, my lord, I'm glad to see you standing, but I don't believe you're properly awake. Why did you stop me? Isn't this the one-eyed scoundrel that dared attack you in the first place?
You parry the parry. Back to bikini.
He did attack me, yes, but he didn't do so without reason. I was the one who started the incident. This deer is innocent. I have come to pardon him at Aina's behest.
He's winning points with me now. And it's not just because he has a parrying dagger, but that's helping.
Aina's what now? What did you do to my boss, Four Eyes?
I merely welcomed her to my palace. Even after my grievous attack on her person, she found her way to me, seeking to share the news of your impending death. You are truly a fortunate man, Ada. Aina's loyalty may be the most remarkable of her features, but I digress. It would seem that I suffered a brief bout of amnesia following the blow, prompting me to disregard her at first. But her arguments were so swaying that I could not bear to remain idle another second. I had to put an end to this injustice.
Then, this venison's claims were true after all? You attempted to dishonor a doe?
Well, I wouldn't say dishonor, or doe, but the point stands. Addled by my insatiable curiosity, and my need to be right, I gave in to my impulses and acted in a completely unforgivable way. I would have absolutely struck myself given the occasion. Not quite as hard, however.
I am beyond befuddled by this turn of events! What would you have me do, my liege? I have already drawn my sword dramatically at him!
Oh, let it be. Throw your sword against the pavement or curse the skies with it. It will make no change to the fact that it was no deer's fault but my own. And perhaps his a little.
Mr. Bearbith,
There's nothing to be said, friend, truly. I should have not insisted so stubbornly. I still don't believe Aina could be anything remotely alive, in the traditional sense of the word. But I believe firmly that my behavior was out of place. An apology is the least I can offer. And besides, Aina promised to let me inspect every nook and cranny of her body if I came here to help you. Look, I have this signed note right here. Oh, I can't wait to follow up on my previous discoveries.
I am concerned. Ada didn't manage to take one single step forward before Illigrab lifted him off the ground.
Ada, no! Think happy thoughts, but not too happy. Think about our lessons on the importance of self-determination and the dangers of infantilizing women!
Right! Yeah! Saving me was my kind of Vern. If she wanna keep promises and do something like that, then that's her business.
Very angry, but I guess it was her choice. Grr.
Give me a moment, I think I'm gonna throw up.
Ada tumbled away towards a discreet corner, holding his hands over his whole face. Elbar did much the same, but in the opposite direction. Illigrab followed suit to make sure he didn't change his mind.
And speaking of discoveries,
Oh,
hello, dear. What's a subject like you doing here?
Sep's tail sprang up in horror as Burbif began walking in circles around her.
Lord Askatav, it's an honor to meet you again. Perhaps your memory is a little fuzzy after the incident. We already met some moons ago, remember?
Oh, that is absolutely preposterous! Concussions rarely affect a long-term memory, and this is far from the worst blow I've received. You must be mistaking me for some other hornless deer. I assure you, I would not forget a frame like yours quite so easily.
So, the terms of this curse seem to be if someone spends more than 24 hours away from her, they forget who she is.
I had read about large gazelles during the heyday of Bazaxarat, when food was abundant and the vast majority of tasks were carried out by golems. But I'd never had the chance to examine an overweight Bahan with my own eyes.
You didn't.
This will be a fantastic addition to my anatomical compendium. I'm going to need height, weight, age, and a few extra measurements, if you don't mind. I think I'll name your case Quaint Occurrence of the Cervine Gazelle Type. You could even pass for a doe.
Foregoing the need for permission or a single intelligent thought, Burbif gleefully produced a wax tablet and a stylus from his shawl.
I have to admit that you do look somewhat familiar, though. Aha, I see. You must be Elbar's kitchen maid, correct? Oh, I understand now. Someone has been sneaking into their master's pantry.
Everyone left in the plaza turned around upon hearing the slap. Everyone except for Burbif, who lay unconscious on the ground once more. Look, at least he gets what's coming to him. That's the second time. Sep just stood there, her hand still held mid-air.
Jasif! What is the meaning of this?
Parry that, you filthy casual.
Sir Askadath, this is not what it looks like. It wasn't me, it was... Adder! What did you do?
Say what? Don't look at me! I was just puking my guts out over here!
Inside my mind, you walking pile of cervine dung! What did you do to me?
Oh, well, I just, I had to make my way out somehow. I saw this wall and it was about to fall, so I just gave a little push and... Let me guess, that was your patience? Am I right? Boy, oh boy, do I got a good eye for these things or what? This is why we don't mess with people's minds.
Utterson, son of Gurfath, I would strangle you with my own hands if I wasn't so convinced that your brain hasn't received any oxygen in a decade!
Babe, how could you do this to me? I was willing to forgive your bizarre infatuation with this rube. I could have forgiven this offense you cast upon my house. But how dare you lie so brazenly, woman? I saw you slap my brother with my own eyes!
But I didn't want to do that. I mean, I did, but there's a perfectly sound and valid explanation for this.
Tell you later!
Adder, no! I have to...
Betrayal! A knife upon my heart and soul! This treachery shall not stand, Jasif! Guards! Fetch them!
A marabunta of guards threw itself over the runaway couple at Elbar's command. A group of them outran the rest quite easily, leaving Ada and Sepp completely flanked, but not yet stopped. These guards that moved with feet light as the wind kept showing up where Ada least expected them, herding the two into one of the many alleyways that formed the souk. And then they ran faster yet, forming a wall blocking the entrance to the only escape path left. Ada didn't dare break his run as he approached the spear wall. Surrounded from every angle and with a dozen guards chasing them, he could only run forward. But he didn't get impaled. The guard line in front of him separated momentaneously into two groups, letting them pass into the alley completely unharmed. One of the spearmen yelled something as Ada and Sepp crossed the line, something that was definitely not Cernar. They regrouped in a second, closing the entrance to the alley before the rest of the guards crashed against them like a wave of helmets and spears.
Did they just...
Ada couldn't finish the sentence, for he never learned from his worst flaw. He forgot to look ahead, and so he ran headfirst into a wall, one he couldn't break with his head. One made of fur, armor, and gleaming eyes.
Boss?
The weather's changed a lot while you weren't looking, puppy eyes. I'm your boss now.
Who will? Chapter 3 completed. I empty my stream of consciousness down into the driest silence, barely able to keep a smirk away from my face at the thought of Lynn screaming at me for leaving her hanging on such a dramatic note. Lynn? No response. My theatrics must have hit deeper than I thought. It's all right, Lynn. Just a memory. No one's coming for... When I turn around, Lynn isn't even looking at me anymore. Her face lies flat against the table. Lynn? She died! She's dead! I scared her to... You've reached the bikini channel. Never mind. I slip my staff back and let her snout fall softly on the table once more. In what looks like a slightly more comfortable position, or at least one where she won't drool all over the pages and fly off the handle when she wakes up. Foolish kid, falling asleep on the best part of the story. In front of a stranger, no less. The world must have truly changed a lot since the days I was convinced that I too would rather be a normal person. Or is this some sort of ruminant compliment? Does it mean you don't find me scary? That any half-assed attempts at basic decency I could have offered you were enough to allow yourself to rest easy around me? To annoy me with such forthright proof of inferred trust? Is that it? You actually capable of being cute sometimes, you bug-eyed imp? Lynn lets out a little sleepy whistle breath noise in response. No, of course not. You're just another dumbass without a care in the world. A bona fide mortal that's going to get me dragged into their tedious affairs. I guess this is my cue to leave,
Valerie,
then.
it's time to hydrate.
Thank
Stop
you.
slouching.
Then again, I can't possibly leave without getting mad at you for this. Yes, I should wait until you get some proper rest and then scold you for being a slacker. How long did this sleep thing take again? Just a few hours having Lynn look straight into my soul, and I no longer feel at ease waiting with all these thoughts bouncing inside my head and no one to pull them out of my ears. This is why I hate mingling with mortals. I feel like decades have passed between tonight and this morning. No, it can't be. Was it really just this morning? After much rummaging around my pockets, I finally grab a hold of my sketch pad. I felt moved to capture the shape of the hills in the distance as dawn broke, and sure enough, the ink still looks fresh. It was most certainly today. I am back. I thought I would know heirloom like a long-lost enmity, a relative you don't want to run into, the loudest of them all, but that was far from the case. The streets were no different, but the paths now led elsewhere. The purveyors and their crowds remained ever shifting, screaming praises about all the items one could ever hope to need or want. Everything had changed, and everything stayed the same. Unaware, uncaring, blissfully unbothered by my presence. Everything until...
You seem lost, traveler.
I faltered in my step, having the strangest impression, a nostalgic feeling, something that couldn't possibly exist. I felt like the fawn was addressing me.
Hey, you! I'm talking to you!
Though hope was a rare commodity in my heart, I still turned my face toward the little bluster, surely calling out to some other mark in the crowd.
Heed my words, Graven! Your silence and your hat shall not hide you from me, for I am the blood of old Sephi! Your thoughts stopped being yours alone the moment we first locked eyes.
Grave mistake. What do...
Yes! I see it crystal clear! What does this amazing young gazelle want from me, you ponder? Word for word, totally not actually looking down at me at all, but no matter. What I want is of no consequence to me or to you. I can tell from your staff that you don't hail from these lands, and from your garb that you don't come from this age. An enigma has brought you to Heirloom, Orchid of the Steppes, and muddled your heart with fear. But deep down you know, you need not solve it alone.
Unfavorable stall positioning, pitiful decoration, boorish costuming, terrible characterization. A child playing dress-up had somehow perceived me. Yep, okay, I suppose you'll do. I'm looking for a deer, or rather whatever's left of him. Does the name Addersind ring a bell for you?
Ring a bell, you say? Ring a bell, you say? Thank your luck, Pilgrim. You shan't take a step further than you have, for this whisper of a great soul is so ingrained in my mind that it may as well be my own. I have a tale to tell, if you have a coin to spare.
The subtitle's just a bard, then? We don't even know who she is. Can I just get directions to an archive or something instead?
That'll cost you two.
Yeah, that's a bard. We sure are back in the capital. Fine. This had better be good. A tiny bard.
There's no finer story in all of Dakna. For if in Heirloom you hear rumors of a knight, there is but one name that should ever come to mind. The Knight of the Upper Field. The hero that fought the odds and went from humble beginnings to the Star of Stardom. Adderson, the Beast Slayer. The swordless knight that changed the fate of the kingdom for the rest of eternity, bringing peace to mortal kind and uniting the ruminants under one flag. Where didst thou cometh from? Where didst thou wend? If thou hearest mine own tale truly, then leaf, thou shouldst knoweth.
He didn't sound like that.
What?
Adder was a farmer. He didn't know half the words you said.
I knew that. I was just taking artistic licenses.
Your eye patch is on the wrong side of your artistic license.
No way! Everyone knows the knight was missing his right eye.
Everyone is wrong, then.
Oh, so you're the only person in the world that knows the last thing about him. Is that it?
Basically.
Why?
I knew him.
You're kidding, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Bye.
Wait, what? Wait! What kind of reaction is that? You really knew him?
Nope, farewell. I really should have run away right then. Wouldn't have to deal with this nonsense if I'd done so. This is taking much too long. Tired of reminiscing, I peer over Lynn's side of the table. It's only now that I notice a page peeking out rather conspicuously under her nose. Are those doodles? So kids these days still like drawing, huh? Though, from the way she's holding on to them even in her sleep, it's clear she'd rather eat them than let me have a look. I grab my staff and take a few tentative steps around the little miscreant, careful not to wake her up. She spent the last eternity looming over a private tower of sheets, wet ink and an empty bowl of candied almonds that she bummed off me. Yes, indeed. It is I who provided the tools of the trade and ensured the continuation of her existence so she could focus on writing. I deserve to know what kind of content I'm enabling.
Oh, don't eat the soup. It's made out of soup.
Oh, adorable. Undeterred, I stretch my arm toward the page she's been working on once more, trying to drag the page away from her grasp. It's almost mine. Just a little more.
I'm awake!
So you are. Help me up, will you?
Promise you won't rip my guts out for falling asleep?
No. Lynn crouches down next to me to purportedly hand me back my staff, casually shoving the sketched page behind her.
I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened.
The obvious problem seems to be that you stopped writing a while ago.
But what? No, of course I was writing everything down. I mean, I was trying to. It's not like I didn't want to write, but I've got this thing when I eat lots of sweets at once, and everything goes wobbly, and it's even worse when I'm tired, and...
Goodness sake, Lynn, if you're not feeling well, you should just say that.
No, I'm all right. I swear, I can handle this. We're doing something important here for the honor of my family and stuff.
Your family. That's right. There are people waiting for you. Look at me, preaching about past mistakes when the present is staring me in the eye. Can't believe I forgot something so basic. Let's just leave the story here, Lynn. Your parents must be worried sick about you.
No! Look, I'm awake. So awake. I don't have a curfew or anything like that. Just get me some coffee and I'll keep writing all night.
No. I have things to do when the sun's out, and I don't plan to add taught a kid that crunch is any good for development to the list of crimes I've committed today. Face. Crunch is never good for any development. Come on, little rebel. I'll walk you home.
I can't.
You can't?
I've been thinking a lot about it, and I can't decide if I like Gator or Gilbert better. Sure, Gator has that morbid, age gap, forbidden love-ish kind of appeal, but Gilbert has so much chemistry that I believe it could actually happen, you know? I also think that Isif has a lot of potential.
Isif? Oh, you mean Sapena?
Basic, but I can't deny it has a great ring to it.
You're basic. Lynn doesn't reply. She merely sinks her head farther into the desk as she scribbles something. I wait for the eventual comeback that I know she's meticulously composing in her mind, but it never comes. Instead...
Wait! Don't go! I'm not lying, see? We can't stop here. I don't want to go until you finish the story. Nuh-uh! Don't go! Please! I'm going to write even faster! Stay a little longer!
A different question begins to take shape in my mind. Lynn, something you're not telling me.
Gee, there are a lot of things I'd love to tell you that you don't want to hear. You'll have to be more specific.
About you. Lynn stares at me for a good long while. Eventually, she returns to her doodles.
You don't want to know that either.
What would you know what I want, Brett?
I knew you'd say that too, but it's still better than the alternative. Trust me, it's for your sake.
Nonsense. No, gazes don't work like that. You're just deciding what's best for me on your own. How are you supposed to know what I need when I don't have a clue about it?
I thought that was what the last chapter was all about. That we all need friends because you won't ever know yourself as well as you think you do.
We're not... Take your eyes off my thoughts already and go do something better with your fleeting life.
So, you really don't want me to write anymore?
No, let's just go back to writing. Yes, I tell you the story, you write. That's what we came here to do, not waste time chit-chatting and lazing about, pretending to be friends. Lynn puts a hand on the bridge of her nose. I'm very nearly about to head for a bridge and swim to another town myself.
Okay. Look, I don't know if I'm skilled enough to deal with... I don't think I even have a name for whatever this is. Let's just stop freaking out for a minute and talk about...
The tip of the staff is just sturdy enough not to split as it hits the ground. My scream is the wooden echo that bounces all over the library. You want to know the story of your ancestor? You write. That was the deal. There's nothing left in the room but silence. I know the way Lynn must be looking at me, even through my turned back. I know the way I would be looking at myself, at least. I barely dare turn my snout towards her when I hear her stretching her arms over the pages.
Wow, that's so... Oh, that's so scary. All right, so what was it? Who dares hurt Aina? What are we fighting now? Did the Makadar find Adder at last? Was it the moneylenders with the knives and stuff?
No, not yet. Can't talk about that yet. I feel like there's someone I'm forgetting.
Someone with thumbs, horns, and an overly helpful disposition, apparently.
Yes, you're right. Yeah, that is just the person we're missing.
The prophecy?
What prophecy?
My prophecy!
So, about that subpoena content.
Let's just get this over with.
Right. Chapter 4. Everything you aren't, or the importance of faking the virtues that you lack. Not that far away from the fateful encounter where we left off, missed perhaps by a matter of minutes, linguistic skills, and general irrelevance to her life, there walked a goat. Or there certainly attempted to. Though the bustling streets were yet to know her, ordinary as she looked, caked in red step dust and dressed like a mere caravan keeper, history would remember her in a completely different light.
She had a prophet!
She was really short.
Oh.
A petite ibex, with horns so curled and large that the combination would have looked rather comical had Servine society not been obsessed the way it was with horn size. To the average deer, she would have surely seemed a rather formidable opponent. Seen from any other less distorted angle, however, the goat would have been a tiny girl in an infinite city, marching to the beat of her own drum. And her timing could not have been any worse.
Find them! Find those traitors! They can't have gone very far!
Excuse me,
The size of this newcomer was so below the Akaphorian average, in fact, that she was just about a whole head short of reaching the necks of most locals around her, appropriately equipped only to address open collars and high belts.
Beasts! I saw them! It was a pack of beasts!
Are you out of your goddamn mind?
you can...
Golems! It's an army of golems!
One can tell me how arrived to the Temple of Hate?
Out of the way!
Catching an elbow with her face as she traversed a panicked crowd ended up being, therefore, a matter of statistics. The goat lost her footing and plummeted backwards toward the ground. Instead of flagstones and a new nasty chip in her horns, the girl found herself falling on what felt like a prickly nest of some sort.
You're going to have to speak a little louder than that for anyone to hear you today, lassie.
Lassie?
Still stunned, she slowly dragged her eyes up from her pine needle cushion, soon meeting two golden eyes that sat like amber drops under a helmet. Her head stopped spinning long enough to finally spot the giant tree amongst the deer.
Bisected! That was bisected just now, right? No, that's not. I mean, I understood it. Your speech was perfect. A respectable sibling. I'm so sorry. I should know better than to question the wisdom of a child of 2.
You would be the first one, really.
Anyway, I'm so glad you're here. I couldn't even find my way past the market. This place is so different from home, and there are so many people, and everyone walks so fast that I...
She is adorable. The goat squeaked in terror as she was lifted into the air by the collar of her vest, but the fright soon came to pass as she understood it was simply to be moved towards the giant tree man's shoulder.
Why don't you take a deep breath and hop on up before you get trampled, darling? Come on, I'll give you a lift.
Please, I wouldn't dare impose on a sibling like that. I don't mind being a little lost. I brought enough money to pay for a guide, see?
The goat opened her brimming purse eagerly, flashing the result of months of work to the crowd around her without a second thought.
You have no idea how lucky you are that I found you first.
Illigrab sucked air in through every crevice in his bark, making his mustache wiggle along a pressed smile.
So, the Temple of Irib, right? I was just headed there myself. Oh, what a place! Always a fire to put out for the little brother, like right now. I mean, there will be one going on when we get there. It's a lot less concerning than it sounds.
Do apna der Jao. Jao will do.
Jao.
Really? How very fitting for the occasion. Hey, you wouldn't happen to be looking for a job here in the city, Miss Temple. I hear a vacancy's just opened up.
With the ibex moving to occupy the space left by Ada, all the pieces but one had been set at last on Heirloom's board. It may be wise henceforth to return our attention to the man of the hour. To fully do so this time, however, we would have to submerge ourselves in all 5 of his senses, for all 6 of them would be important to remember. Haste, sad, with a tongue drier than the ground above his head, and a stomach bereft of all food as usual. Curiously enough, by choice for once. Touch, sadder, miserable as it were, missing the chance of an eternity of mental hedonism that he gave up a couple of hours ago, now limited only to the feeling of a cold seat under his tail and a noose still embracing his neck quite uncomfortably. Smell, worse yet, constantly clogged up by the persistent yet distant scent of something awful that he wished would just disappear, and a dozen foreign herbs and oils that he wasn't familiar with burning along the walls to cover it up. Hearing, worryingly bad. A cacophony of water running constantly in the background, creaking metal and light breathing, coupled with the occasional banging of something against a nearby wall. The sense itself, good enough. Sight. Other than the usual disability he faced in his day-to-day, well, how do I put this? Through many a talk well into the night, Illigrab had done his best to help Ada understand that his experience as a stag in Akafor was a rather fortunate one, even though his own social standing within the Arcane themselves was not the greatest. He understood in principle and in matter that his perspective in life was a very limited one, and he kept discovering the limits of his knowledge with every new friend he made, and they remained friends because he was sorry and he got better. It didn't matter how funny and obvious some concepts seemed miles and years before he met them. He knew that words and jokes hurt others, and he appreciated that his friends would chew him out if he ever forgot and said so-and-so. Like this little doodle of Aina. Great.
So,
Hello, large woman. He was, however, quite wary of accidentally coming up with any so-and-so that could get him chewed in around this new unfamiliar company of fluffy creatures with glowing eyes, spiky, spiky ears, and spiky, spiky teeth. The company that had so kindly seated the terrified stag at the helm of their empty marble table and surrounded him with nothing but rows of peculiarly moist, pearly white smiles. And though, yes, he kind of wished he could travel back in time to 5 minutes ago when he was all nice and unconscious, hoping for swords and not teeth. It was that sixth sense I mentioned that made him take a hand to his burns and keep his butt glued to the seat, knowing it wasn't just his neck on the menu. Better start making friends, fast. Good strong introduction.
I'm Addison, son of Garfather!
you don't need to scream, pup. I know who you are.
Oh, you do?
That's right. You're a very lucky deer. One of the few grazers to ever board my ship.
Alive, noted Ada's backbrain almost immediately. But that wasn't the bit that truly captured his attention.
Hold on. This is a ship?
As it turned out, the dining table wasn't the only marble piece in the room. Both the matte ground and radiant slopes that curved into the ceiling seemed as if carved out of a pink-veined pearl, turned deep blue by the darkness and warm yellow by the candlelight. Though such a sight wouldn't have been out of place for the palaces inside Ada's imagination, the air inside was so biting that it seemed bleak night had come early. It might have been colder yet if it weren't for all the flames illuminating the room and the rugs. Fur rugs. Not fluffy blankets like those made out of bush feathers, actual hides. Far too long to belong to any type of ruminant Ada was aware of, but little did that change their effect.
It ain't quite what I expected.
Yeah? It doesn't get much nicer than this, living in the sea. Though, I'd rather be moored just about anywhere else. I'll give you that.
The creature punctuated her complaint with a sharp huff, clearly more bothered by the odd underlying smell than Ada was. Moored, the buck repeated internally. He had no idea what that word meant, but he had a hunch that the vessel wasn't precisely moving. He planted his hooves firmly on the floor, trying to feel the ship rock, letting the beast's growls and the beating on the wall fade into the rhythm of the whispers of running water somewhere below him. Wherever they were, it didn't sound like the sea, and that was everything Ada needed to glimpse the faintest ray of hope.
Well, I don't want to make y'all feel like I don't appreciate the way y'all saved my behind back there, but I got a couple of friends waiting in line to kill me next, so I reckon I should get...
No way! You're really going to leave after all the lengths we've gone to into making you dinner?
There was a brief disconnect between Ada's stomach growling loudly at the mention of food and his brain's best attempts to spell out to him who the main dish would be. His so-called new boss turned towards one of the other creatures and growled something. Unlike Aina's abrupt sounds, hers had a complex and rhythmic quality and inflection to them that made them feel connected and purposeful. The crewmates soon came back, carrying a fruit bowl filled with radishes. Ada ventured from the chunks of fresh turf roughly carved out of the land with roots and decaying leaves sprouting out of their sides. As if to finish garnishing the dish, a maggot crawled out of the soil and onto the table, only to get politely pierced by the claws of a crew member and placed on top of the radish again.
I have to admit that we're not exactly well-versed in deer diets, but I was told that you were rather fond of roots and tubers.
No, you got that right, ma'am. There ain't nothing in the world my belly loves more than good old roots and tubers. Mm-hmm.
Good. Eat them.
Oh, I'm eating them all right. I'm eating them even if it's the last thing I do today.
you're still not eating them.
Well, of course not. It's poor manners to eat for the host.
Not where we hail from, pup. In fact, none of us are going to have a single bite until you're done.
Yeah, no, that's the part that worries me, actually.
The creature sitting right in front of Ada cocked her head to the side in confusion, and then back to follow Ada's line of sight. The row of frothy mouths that waited behind her vanished into whistles and gargles.
Please excuse my crew's manners. We haven't had any fulfilling meal in a while, so they're a little on edge.
She turned to growl something again, prompting a general whine. A stronger exchange ensued, making the crew around her scatter away between mutters and huffs.
You have nothing to worry about while I'm around, of course. Perks of being the captain. I get to keep all the best bits for myself.
Well, it sure is reassuring to hear you got a taste for quality food here. I must be a real shredded venison, because I'm nothing but the scrappiest of scraps.
Only 2 people remained seated around the table, and one just decided to stand up from her chair.
So, are you going to eat your deer food now?
You know what? I think I'll pass. It ain't you, it's the noose, see? Won't let any food through at all. Saved from the paws of justice just to fall into the maws of starvation.
The tension in the room was so thick he could have sliced it with a knife and thrown it toward Ada's face to hopefully make him shut up. Because if one thing was clear by the proximity of the captain's snarl to his snout, it's that she wasn't going to let that happen on its own. The fanged creature yanked Ada towards her by the long end of his noose, intent on dredging every last sound out of him.
You're going to have to try a little harder to fool me, dear. How did you find the way to Heirloom? Who do you work for?
You, apparently? I asked for directions along the way. Is this some sort of trick question?
Okay, chat, about Ika, I need you all to hear me out. Nug, I'm pretty sure that sentiment is shared by most of this chat. His makeshift leech couldn't stand a second tug. The edge of her claws cut right through the rope. Before Ada could even blink, he found himself pushed back into his seat with the creature looming above him, poised to rip every last tendon from his bones.
I know rot when I smell it. I was told we had to make sure a yellow deer would get hanged, not a... What are you, some kind of jackal? Pitiful.
Even though any movement could have brought his death about faster, even though the proximity of those teeth should have curdled his blood and rendered him frozen on the spot.
I don't know where you learned to make your ruminant sounds, Jackal Cub, but they taught you completely wrong.
The sight instead felt so familiar.
I mean, you know, I learned my A's and my R's from my mom and pa, but to be completely square with you, I don't think they ever really got half of what I said either. At least I can blame it on my accent when I'm an heirloom.
The creature's ears flicked forward. She glanced around as if wondering where his fear had gone, and then shrank further back yet, sheathing her teeth behind her lips.
Explain this monpa to me.
You know, it's when a deer and a doe love each other very much, and then, you know, they have kids, like parents do. I'm not sure how y'all,
The captain took a long look at Ada as he awkwardly bumped his fists together, peering at him from his blushed face to his jittery hooves, and then back up again. That's my bonk sound. Her nose twitched. Not quite satisfied with the results of whatever it was she was doing, she curled her index finger into her thumb and then snapped it against Ada's horn.
Ouch! Hey, that's not very nice!
With her free hand, she grabbed Ada's mouth and snapped it open, way past the point anyone's jaw should ever extend.
She could be friends with Bearbith. Sheesh.
Fleece my face. Flat teeth! You're an actual deer after all. You're just like half dead or something. Oh, you should have told me, you scallophead. Oh, wow. Oh, that's so funny. No wonder you weren't scared. I bet deep down you were all like, oh, this Echo Wolf doesn't even know how litter making works. Am I right? Right? Come on, Pup, you can laugh. It was great.
Yeah, that's exactly how I was, 'cause I totally know what any of those words mean.
Hey, you have to do the thing. Do the thing again.
Which thing would that be now?
The words. Do the funny thing to the words when you speak.
Oh, you mean my accent? It's the darnest thing, ain't it? Chanterai's finest. I'd say it's a knee slapper, but if I slapped my knees with these flappers, I may just have to crawl the way back home.
Right? That's not what the other deer looked like. You're so thin I could snap those brittle arms of yours in two with a single bite. What a meager meal you'd be.
A thin trail of drool slid down one of the creature's sharp teeth onto Ada's shoulder. The deer's apple bobbed up and down his arid throat, praying that it wouldn't become the next focus of attention.
Couldn't agree more, ma'am. There's so little of me left, it's a wonder I'm not see-through yet. I don't suppose anyone's told you about this funny little thing called mange.
Though the creature's expression remained unreadable as Ada listed the many reasons why he would not be, in fact, apt for consumption, it was clear that there was a shift of sorts in her general demeanor. She had loosened up somehow. A toothful half-grin decorated her face by the end of his spiel.
And that's why eating venison would lead to the end of your whole species, so please don't kill me.
You're such a weird little deer pup.
It's a good thing?
Oh, yeah. I don't need to know many grazers to tell you're a strange one. You make me want to sink my fangs into your neck and bite you open just to know how deep the weirdness runs. But not in an eat-you way. That'd be a waste. Do you get what I mean?
No, not at all. Can't say I do, ma'am.
No, I suppose you wouldn't. Maybe you'd be more than a pile of bones if you did. Hey! That sounds pretty great, doesn't it? Lucky you! I found you a name. From this day forward, and for all cycles to come, you shall be known as Bones.
Afraid I already got my own.
Bones.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep, that's me. Pile of Bones. Nice to meet you.
Man, you're a howl. I can see why Aina wanted you to come so much.
Aina? She wanted me here? Hold up. Aina was the one who called you back there then, right? Where is she?
Don't worry, puppy. You'll be back with my sister before you know it. She's having a little break after our welcoming party. But we still wanted you and Dad in on the family dinner.
Sister? Dad? You mean?
You know, our father.
So that was Ada, moving right next to the wolf on the board. A change in management, a rejected turnip, and a planned family reunion. But the boy hadn't arrived at this place alone, of course. Unbeknownst to him, the intermittent beating noise that he kept hearing somewhere on the other side of the wall was that of two long, crimped horns being rammed desperately against the smallest cracks in the marble. The smooth, pearl-like wall threatened to shatter a soul in a million pieces before its owner could cause any significant damage to the brig where she was being kept.
No! It can't end like this! This is not how today was supposed to go! I can't get eaten now of all times! This is not... Get it together, Seb. You're starting to sound like Adder. I'm going to skin that sidling piece of rotten rocket's tail and wear it as a wig! So, you're trapped in some kind of cell with no way out. Big deal. This is basically your natural habitat. Worst case scenario, you burn this place to the ground, change your name, and go live amongst the goats where guilt can't find you. No, Sep, we talked about this. You can't just burn away all your problems. That only creates more of them. So, you agree we're doomed then?
She seems to be holding up well.
Gods, I don't know why I put up with you. You need help.
Sep slid down the wall until she fell on her butt, nurturing the terrible headache she had brought upon herself.
On that, we agree.
It wasn't easy. alas, but she finally gave up on her half-hearted attempts at splintering up her horns and resigned herself to the fact that the only kind of help she would get was the self variety. The absolute worst. No one left to blame if that one failed. The only light source in the entire room was the faint glow that seeped in through the door frame, the same crevice that carried Ada's squawking to her, and the other slew of worrying noises. As her eyes got used to the dimness, the half-light became bright enough to reveal that she was locked in some kind of storage room, full of armor suits, metal crates, snail cages, a pile of oddly shaped amphorae, a hammock, and a mop? Wait, what? Check the brig thoroughly, there's bound to be something useful around. This has turned into a point-and-click adventure game. Okay. Sepp gawked at the tool. It looked like a mop of sorts. It was a mop, surely, even though it used some sort of tightly compacted fur instead of seaweed fibers, like Acaphorian mops. Sepp had heard about mops. He had even seen servants use them, in years where rain had been so extraordinarily bountiful that the word I don't recognize grounds of heirloom essentially sweated all the excess water that had leaked out of the lakes and rivers around the city. Argillaceous? Argillaceous? No subtitles, I did not say ovulation. Sepp observed the mop further. She didn't actually know what the purpose of a mop was, but in the brief period she thought about it, she came up with at least 10 new uses that history had never even considered until this moment. Six, seven,
Hey, Val, take a break.
Thank
Have
you.
some water.
Stop slouching.
Thank you. Containing clay or clay minerals. Ugh. Why don't you just say clay-ish? Clay-adjacent. 8 full armor suits, complete with spears and a mound of detachable antlers piled under them. Sepp wasn't an expert on smithery or armor by any measure, but knowing a thing or two about getting arrested and having wide access to the keep, he definitely was quite knowledgeable on what a city guard's uniform was supposed to look like. Someone had gone to great lengths to make sure the beasts blended in among the rest of the guards when the time had come. And someone had gone to much greater lengths to make sure nobody would be looking at them too closely, clearly. The amphorae piled in the corner of the brig were very reminiscent of the commercial Basaksaran pottery Sepp had the chance of reading about in the temple's library, back when she was still welcome there. The vases definitely looked like they were made to transport liquids, most likely spirits or oil. Oh, that's the mop again. Oh. Then you had the snails, of course. The dozen or so woven snail cages hanging from the hooks on the roof or piled up wherever they fit. It was only then that Sepp realized that the nasty little things had bitten through their enclosures and slimed their way through literally every corner.
What? How dare you call them nasty? Snails are the cutest creatures on Nokna!
On a scale from creepy to wet, the brig was dark, slightly moist, and overrun with snails.
This is disgraceful! Slander! My Sepp loves snails and thinks they're adorable.
Well, Sepp tried very hard not to think about how much she loved sitting on trails of snail slime, as she mustered the last of her willpower to settle her stomach and continue to search for anything that could help her break out. Oh no, I've not clicked that, have I? Hung up rather precariously between 2 metal crates tilted away from each other, a hammock occupied the right corner of the brig from the door. Sepp didn't dare come any closer, noticing the weight making the fabric sag, until her eyes got used enough to the darkness in the far end of the room to reveal that its occupant was some sort of extremely spiky cabbage, conspicuously wrapped in blankets. A spiky cabbage? Oh no, the music's looping. What if I click them again? Oh, no, you do get more stuff. Okay. Sepp finally took notice of the fact that one of the armor sets was, in fact, missing a helmet. Didn't take her long to find it, discarded in a corner. The reason for its early retirement was quite obvious. The top had been smashed into a flat cap. It would serve for little more than to plate food in this state.
I should have started doing that a long time ago. What? Smashing guards' helmets? Yes, they're helmets.
Ah, now it's unclickable. Okay, so there's more to
Maybe
each
I
bit.
could outdrink the beasts. Dream on. You can't even outdrink Adder, you sad sluggard. I said maybe, okay? It was a joke. Hilarious. We're going to end up like Yoff at this rate. Ha 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 ha. I'm going to end up there faster if you don't shut up for 5 seconds and let me think about something useful for once. God!
Sepp, you've been in here for like 5 minutes. How have you already gone this crazy?
I need a drink. Lick them up!
Don't lick the mop.
What the? What? No!
Is this just intrusive thoughts o'clock?
We're going to die. What's the problem?
Yeah, just lick the mop. You might as well.
Remember that time Adder said he put a snail in his mouth on a dare as a kid, but then he tripped and swallowed it and cried a whole week about it? I can't believe you let that deer kiss you.
We still have the bed.
Iggy.
Is there anything else? Don't think so. Hey. Hey, what? If you're gonna try to pin someone against a wall flirtatiously, make sure there's a wall first. Upon closer inspection, she realized at last that 'twas no cabbage.
Is that a golem?
That's not a cabbage at all. As far as Sepp could tell, a rare and much coveted golem was all tucked in the hammock in front of her. It had been turned face down and clearly vandalized, if the poorly dyed green hair and general state of its clothes were anything to go by. The one item that remained untouched was the suspiciously familiar piece of blue and white fabric covering its torso, only increasing Sepp's worst paranoid tendencies.
No, it must be a coincidence. It's just wearing his scarf because, they must have used it to track Adder down. Somehow.
Sepp didn't have the faintest clue of how either a golem or Adder's cape had ended up in some kind of beast-filled brig with her, but it wouldn't make much of a difference at this point. The inactive golem resting calmly next to her was surely the closest thing the universe would send to help. She just needed to find a way to turn it on again. Though Sepp's life had been equal parts extravagant and sheltered, golems hadn't exactly been commonplace around her. She knew just enough to tell this one was extremely detailed and lifelike compared to those she had seen accompanying her brother. This particular example would surely fetch a ridiculous price even by Sepp's standards in any of the auctions the golem fanatics so loved to attend. Sepp couldn't stop herself from rolling her eyes back as she clearly pictured Talid losing his mind over this one.
Suppose this thing was a battle golem that had something to do with the smashed-in helmet. They may have stolen it from Talid.
Another thought in the back of her head whispered rather unpleasantly that it may not have been stolen. She decided to focus on the pressing matter in front of her, rather than question Talid's lack of morals. But whatever, she wasn't here to be judgmental of others' interests, much less when they could be useful to her. Oh, I don't like either of these options. I wish more people would treat Aina like a living thing, person. I don't care if by the end of this it is revealed she is a golem. I would still treat Aina like a person, because that's what she deserves, because she is lovely. I don't want to hit her.
Golem, awaken self! Golem, arise? Oh, come on. Golem, up. Open your eyes. Heed my orders, Golem. Get us out of here. Your Yasif commands you. Please? So much for a pretty face.
direct approach failed. Back to the drawing board once more. Left with nothing else to lose except her mind, the gazelle kneeled down next to the automaton, taking inventory of the things she knew about them. If there was one subject Taylor had enjoyed discussing with his little sister in the few years they spent living together under the same roof, it was no doubt golems. They truly fascinated both the moneylender and the spoiled youngest back then, much to the dismay of the eldest sibling of the household, who just loved to use any chance to make fun of them for being brain boxes, really. The intricacies of the oddly detailed talks that had brought Taylor and Sepp so close in their childhood were now lost to time and shifting interests, but the gazelle could still recall the key concepts that drove them.
If 100 weight of metal and marble can walk and run, it's only through the sheer will of their master. They require a direct emotional bond to function, and therefore, a Sephi that can create it. A mere breeze of Hatsa must be channeled from master to golem, powering its every feature, breathing a semblance of life into it. Something anyone could do. It's such a simple alteration that even the clumsiest sorcerer could make it work. But that is only the case for unmarked golems, of course. No matter how many lifetimes pass, a golem will remain bound to the same current, lifelessly awaiting the orders of its absent master, until their soul finds its way back into a body. Or more commonly, until a powerful enough Sephi can redirect its bond to create a new connection. Are you with me so far?
She nodded the golem's head. She was quite positive that she was part of this exclusive, powerful enough group, being the daughter of the sun, a small god and all. She just needed to find the mark and erase it. Simple enough plan. Or so it seemed, until she removed enough of the golem's torn up clothes.
Oh dear. That's very, oops.
Sepp carefully layered the clothes back on top of the not golem, and then sat by its side, steepling her fingers over her knees as she pondered her next movement and her peculiar companion's features. She ran an inquisitive finger across Aina's pulse, under her lifeless lips, beneath a sharp jaw and her short snout.
But look at you. You're very clearly a golem. If you were not a golem, then you would just be a corpse.
Sepp drew her index against the side of Aina's protruding fangs, leaving a long indent on her finger, carefully kept keratin cover.
And not the corpse of a deer, precisely.
If what the gazelle had in front of her was an automaton, as it seemed, and unmarked as evidenced by the examination, all that remained would be finding its core. By convention, this would be the chest. The chest, covered by the oversized scarf, she had no doubt belonged to Ada, local magnet of gods and monsters.
How about it then? Should we pretend you are just an oddly realistic golem that has nothing to do with him?
Foregoing an answer, Sepp's eyes began glowing blue against the darkness of the room.
You'd better be, for his sake.
So you're saying you're Aina's sister?
That I am.
The patron's daughter?
I could be. Describe the patron.
Red, angry, Aina's father.
Oh, yeah. I am the daughter of the patron, too.
The patron.
I'm sure they'll join us soon enough. You can just ask them if you don't believe me.
Oh, no. It ain't like I don't believe you, ma'am. I simply didn't know.
You didn't know what?
Ekka's eyes narrowed into a line. Her neck and snout, on the other hand, seemed to telescope towards Ada.
You have heard the thunder, haven't you, Bones?
What? Before Ada could damn himself with another word, an orange blur flew into a door, across the room, and into the opposite wall. Door included. The stunned wolf and deer needed a few more seconds to realize that was Sepp on the ground now, looking like a cartwheel attempt gone very wrong. They all turned their heads to the source of the impact. A trail of smoke zigzagged in from the darkness beyond the newly remodeled threshold, filling the room with the acrid smell of burnt fur and blood. A purple-eyed shadow followed suit. Irreverent beast. The beasts gathered enthusiastically around the doorless brig, and the smith plodding out of it.
Well done, Dad! You managed to fix.
The wolf's joy was cut dead short when she finally noticed Aina's whole body stiffening up at the sight of the rest of the crew.
Oh no, not again.
Aina leapt towards the closest crewmate, biting and walloping whoever had the misfortune of standing in her range. She was a one-woman band, playing an impromptu concerto of barks and whines and all sorts of pained noises. I love you, Aina.
Sis, be nice! We got your deer back in one piece.
Being well acquainted with this kind of overstimulated Aina starting a brawl situation, but not with the basics of first aid, Ada carefully grabbed Sep's body and dragged it under the table.
Sep! Sep, darling! You alright?
That's not a golem, Sep. That wasn't a golem at all.
What happened?
Fantastic question. I seem to have made things worse.
The table cracked and quivered as Aina and the beasts exchanged blows and somersaulted over it, threatening to crumble entirely over the ruminants' heads.
Dad! Tell her to quit it!
Ada followed the voice quizzically, wondering if perhaps Pertok had somehow wandered in while he was distracted. But no, there was no trace of the old man. Even Sep just looked as disoriented as he was, though she had a much better excuse.
Dad, I'm talking to you! Do something!
The captain's snarl peeked over the edge of the table, followed by an arm firmly clamped between Aina's fangs. Sep and Ada exchanged a panicked look. Who says drop it? Let's have Ada say it.
Aina! Drop it!
Aina and her sister both plunged down to the ground, frozen solid. Everyone in the room stood dead still so as to avoid alerting Aina further. But first of all was the leader of the beasts, who was struggling to form words in any existent language.
It's not that I don't appreciate you stepping in, but I meant my actual father.
Right! Aina's dad.
Yeah, the patron.
Not her,
No, it's fine, pup. I'm not judging or anything. You don't have to put a label on it. I heard your relationship with my sister was special.
The only thing special about this hobbledehoy is how specially insipid he is! Open your damn mouth, Aina!
Nice impression. Confused as she was, but not really sure she wanted to know what the hay was going on, Aina opened her jaw unexpectedly obediently. Her teeth made the ugliest sound as they separated from her sister's arm, leaving a trail of blood and slobber behind her. Ada felt so queasy he barely managed to fight the need to fall on his butt at the sight. Sep audibly gulped, almost jumping out of her skin when the captain put a hand on her shoulder.
That would be the one.
Eka walked away nonchalantly, like such a gory scene hadn't just happened. Ada eventually managed to fight his nausea long enough to tilt his head back. He only caught a glimpse of Sep's reaction before immediately turning again.
Good thing you haven't eaten today, Dad.
She's got it all wrong. I'm not I mean, she can't even call me
Dadder.
Dadda.
What wouldn't I have given to see Pertok's face?
Want me to fetch you a mirror then, ma'am? Come on, get in character already!
Aina moved her eyes towards her apprentice as she wiped her mouth with her arm. He could only give her his level best "I'm trying not to die of a heart attack, please play along" shrug in response. Aina took one last look at the room, at Sep and Ada, and the creatures watching her every move. She seemed severely unimpressed with it all. Without another sound, she grabbed the door that she had sent flying, walked into the brig, and put the door back in its place, sending a very clear message to her audience. Both ruminants and beasts stayed at a standstill for quite some time before anyone felt safe enough to breathe and move as they usually would. But once they were over that scare,
Val,
yeah, there was
time to have
nothing in
some water.
Dakna that could stop the wolves from
slouching.
celebrating. Same, Abby. Very same. They played music, clapped, laughed, and poured unknown drinks into large rusty metal cups that they extended to each other. It wasn't quite so easy to cheer, drink, and relax for the significantly less bite-proof deer and gazelle, however. Even so, Ada eventually helped Sepp up from under the table once it finally became obvious Aina wouldn't chase anyone else, legs quivering like they could collapse at any moment. Surely noticing their lack of cheering, Aina's sister slithered back to them, carrying a couple of extra mugs meant for her guests that they would have never dared refuse. Ada stuck his nose in his cup exploratorily, only to get his snout whacked away by Sepp.
That could have gone better, eh? Whoever said a wolf's bark is worse than their bite never met Aina.
No, Aina's a big old sweetheart. If she gives you little nibbles, it just means she likes you. That or her teeth hurt. Maybe she's just bored. Anyway, trust me, if she'd meant to bite you, you wouldn't have come out alive from that one.
Ada didn't understand the look Sepp was sending in his direction, but it certainly was a look.
That's very reassuring, to hear she wasn't even trying to kill me then. I guess it runs in the family.
The tall beast raised her cup to take a long sip from her drink, giving Ada a good look at the arm that was still completely covered in blood.
Still, you may want to do something about that.
Eka looked up from her mug, finally sparing a quick gander towards the incredibly concerning injury.
Oh yeah, you're right. Someone should do something about this. Well, am I gonna have to lick it clean myself, you peck of sea mutts?
One of the beasts barked something rather meekly. Aina's sister angrily barked back. The barks derailed into a whole screaming contest once more that kept Sepp's eyes and ears looking surprisingly alert.
You getting any of what they're saying? Any clues while we're here?
I wish, but no. All I can gather is that they speak some sort of guttural, gargled drivel with minced bits of Bazaktet in it, like every other language I know. It's not like I'm trying to listen to their words, however.
Sepp raised her eyebrows at Ada as she tilted her head toward the pack. Ada mouthed an "oh" as the idea took form in his mind. He squinted his eye dramatically toward the beasts, focusing all of his attention on their eyes.
Bark, bark, woof, bark.
They were saying something about having you lick her.
Lick her wounds, right?
Sepp glanced quietly at the broken plates on the floor.
She did bring you dinner first.
You were all meant to be part of the dinner, in fact.
Both Ada and Sepp jumped in place. The tall beast seemed none the wiser to their horror.
Do you have any idea how long we've spent preparing for tonight's party, Dad? The great Aina has finally been returned to us after 30 cycles. Nobody could be missing in this reunion. Or at least, nobody that fit inside the ship. We'll eat and we'll dance and we'll sing under the stars until we lose our minds. I made sure to gather enough snails for the whole crew. It's gonna be a crazy night. We'll show you grazers what a partying beast looks like.
Eka grabbed Ada's hands and started whipping them up and down as she dragged him into some sort of improvised dance.
And then we'll take over the city and feast some more. They won't even know what ate them.
Ada lost grip and accidentally got sent flying against the brig wall. A shuffle in the adjoined room, a single purple eye peeking into the dining room after hearing the commotion, and widened upon seeing Ada lying on the ground. The door swung open. Before Aina could rush to his side, however, her sister craned her enormous neck toward him and picked him up by the horns.
What's wrong? You're smelling a little scared there, pup. It wasn't the brawl, was it? Am I walking too quietly for you? I heard it makes deer nervous, so I brought some clickety boots I can wear while you're here if it helps.
The tall beast bumped her knuckles together and clicked her tongue, poorly imitating the sound of clopping hooves. Needless to say, Ada remained frozen in shock.
Ooh, maybe I shouldn't have mentioned the feast part. But don't worry, we don't plan on eating all the deer. We'll just eat the bad ones. I hear you have a surplus of those.
How will you know who is who?
Don't worry, Bones. We'll know.
The beast's toothy snout contorted into what surely seemed like a comforting smile to her. She grew tired of the effort soon enough.
How can I get it into the grazers' heads that they're safe and allowed to breathe around us, sis? I don't think our sense of humor is connecting.
Aina barely shifted her eyes toward her sister. Now that she'd realized the danger in leaving her apprentice alone, the smith had repositioned herself in the corner of the room, closely watching his every move. Hackles raised and fists ready to meet whoever attempted to even sniff the air around her. Unbothered by Aina's attempts to look menacing, the tall wolf growled something softly, almost conciliatorily. All she got for her effort was a fierce snarl. Whatever it was she said, Aina wouldn't have it at all.
So you're still not down for tonight,
The beast's tail swept from side to side.
Bones, come here.
Yes?
I bet my sister is still mad at us because she doesn't understand why she wasn't allowed to fetch you when you were hanging by the neck.
That'd make two of us.
See, she wanted to jump into the crowd for you, with a lot of knives. Tried to bludgeon one of my poor littermates to death, she did, thinking they were a guard.
The beast pointed towards one of the canines, who let out a whine as they rubbed the back of their bandaged head. Ada didn't need a translation for that one.
Would Aina killing everyone in the plaza and exposing our mission have made you happy?
No?
Right? She didn't need to do anything to begin with. You showed the wits of a fox and fended for yourself as long as you could. And when you couldn't fight alone anymore, dear fox, tell me, who saved you?
You did.
That's right. We did. Our pack.
The wolf pulled away from an increasingly terrified Ada, standing to her full height in the middle of the room just to twirl around for Aina.
Look at these ear tufts, sis. Look at them. Hear this raspy, dreamy voice. Who else could have a bumpy snout like this, teeth so sharp, fur so fluffy? Who would dare call you sis over and over?
Aina's frown just turned deeper. She remained unimpressed.
Hey, Bones! Tell her who I am.
You want me to tell her who you are?
That's right. I want you to tell her all about this.
I'm very confused.
Well, what's the deal with this one, you ask?
You've never heard of the Herald of the Storm? The Scourge of Alar? The Fangs of Hector?
Tell her, guys! Tell her!
A deep, tense silence filled the room.
Oh, my crew don't actually speak a word of Cyrnar, but thanks for the sentiment. It's Eka!
That Eka?
That Eka!
Which Eka?
Tesseka! The one and only! Two named! The one who will devour every shore!
Let me just bring up your entry real quick, because I'm curious now. Eka. Eka. Age, what, like in deer years or wolf years? Species, wolf. Beast. Birthplace, unknown. The Fangs of Hector, the Herald of the Storm, the Scourge of Alar. A long array of useless titles to describe Aina's alleged sister. The captain of a beast crew making their way into Akafor. A calamity of its own, even though their numbers can be counted on one hand. Towering over even the tallest ruminants, with a husky voice and teeth sharpened to perfection to tear through the toughest flesh, you may think Eka a terrifying creature. With an easygoing character, a goofy smile on her face, and a clearly snail-induced absent disposition, you may think Eka not so scary after all. She couldn't care any less what you think of her. She's the boss of her own ship, and she's out to prove it.
Oh, okay. Okay, no. We need to bring it down a notch. I don't have the lungs for this anymore.
The bark started sounding suspiciously like Snickers.
You really have to quit eating raw snails, Captain.
Back off, whelp. Don't embarrass me in front of my family.
You know what would be embarrassing? Dropping dead from lungworms.
Not the time, whelp.
Is that really what they're saying? They seem kinda goofy, don't they?
Goofy? Goofy? Adder, have you heard any of the things she just said?
Course I heard, and I've seen them too. Who do you think had to wait in a room full of beasts all on his own while you got to hang out with Aina?
Aina kept turning her head between the pack of wolves barking nonsense and the two idiots glaring daggers at each other and mouthing words for no discernible reason.
I'm not going to die from eating a few snails.
I'm just saying, they're a little less scary than I thought they'd be, that's all.
So help me, Adderson.
Fine. I guess we can just find ourselves a new Eka when you...
Harumph. Everyone in the room turned around to look at Aina, who in turn seemed just about ready to start another fight. Everyone except for Eka.
Yeah. I get it now.
With a long, tired sigh, the driving emotion behind which nobody could even start to decipher, Eka meandered all the way across the room towards her sister, and then kneeled down next to her. All the sea wolves followed her lead, kneeling down alongside her. Eka motioned them to rise up again.
It's not what you expected, is it? Not me, not the ship, not this whole thing. It never is. And the fact that you've been expecting it for so long probably only makes this stink all the more. You of all people would understand, right? The sea is always different. But it's the same sea, after all.
Aina's eyebrows started to crease her forehead. Eka let out a short chuckle, realizing that whatever the metaphor was meant to imply, it wasn't really coming through.
I know we arrived earlier than you wanted us to. I'm sorry we had to drag you here like that, and I'm sorry that you didn't want to see us yet, but I was very excited to see you. You know that much, at least.
Though she hesitated to do so for a moment, Aina finally nodded.
You're very strong. You've been here with Dad for so many cycles now. Cycles that we've spent thinking of you, sharing what we've learned, making our home a better one. And if we braved the shifting seas, it's so your new friends can be free to have a better life as well.
All of a sudden, Eka pulled Aina into a deep hug.
I just want you to know that we're here, Aina. You're not alone anymore.
Aina stared emptily ahead for a few seconds before finally nodding into the crook of the fluffy neck embracing her. The wheels of her mind were spinning much faster than they usually did. Too many feelings, clashing against each other, sparks of memories that she couldn't quite recall. But if there was one thing she remembered, it was that she had been so alone. Alone. Because she was alone, wasn't she? Her eyes moved quickly between Ada and her sister, as if asking for permission of some kind, to feel something that she wasn't supposed to feel. What she found in Ada's expression right at that moment, instead, it would haunt her for the rest of time. Right now, however, Eka wouldn't afford her the time to think about it.
I guess this must all be very confusing for the three of you.
Yes.
The short of it is that we've been hiding an heirloom for a couple of weeks now. All hush-hush, as it were. Like I said, if I wanted our reunion to be this huge party that would knock you off your feet, we'd have to make all sorts of preparations. Cue my surprise when we got word that not only did the Bearmen know we were here, he expected us to be fully equipped and ready to attack at a moment's notice. So we got orders to show up today, just to let your little deer helper cry and die and make you all miserable and sad, and I was having none of it. So I figure, hey, who's the boss? I'm the boss. I have the perfect big day present. So here's your pet and your debrief, sis. The deer's safe, the crew informed, and we only got seen by like 5 grazers. Mission success.
Awoo. The whole crew howled in response, which was cut short by a tormented scream somewhere far above their hiding place.
I mean, mission success as long as the deer stays here. It's chaos up there. But don't worry, we'll fix that soon enough.
Ada and Sepp shot a desperate look toward each other. They definitely had to do something about this whole fixing fiasco ipso facto.
So, about tonight. I mean, sure, you could attack the city today and all, but, well, oh, never mind. This would surely be talking out of place.
Yes, Pup? What is it?
Well, you see, all that ruckus up there is 'cause I'm real friggin' important. Yep. The guards are losing their minds over me missing.
Are they? Then why did they try to kill you?
Because I'm so important, as I said. I'm kinda, hero. Yep. A mighty one-eyed hero that helps everyone he can. A knight, as we call him here.
Sep hid her face in a hand, trying not to commit a murder on the spot.
But there is glory in acting selflessly for the pack. I don't understand.
Ruminants ain't no pack. We're just bunches of folks getting kicked by the unfair lords that got more power than us. And a deer with power, oh, they felt so threatened by my helping anyone, they put an order out to end my life. Steal my assets! Eat my food! Separate me from my poor beloved boss before you were boss! Oh, my sweet little Ana!
Ada pretended to cry as he shuffled his knees toward the smith. With the hand that wasn't covering his face, he made a come-hither motion so she would understand.
And now that you and me are both reunited at last, oh, I just hate to see the family divided, to cause the whole mission to crumble to pieces, because everyone in the city's on the lookout for Addison, son of Garfoth of the Upper Field.
Aw, is that all? You have nothing to worry about then. We can handle a couple of deer with swords.
Ada tapped Ana's back increasingly fast.
Fine. I guess we can delay the raid a couple of days so you can hang out with your deer. It's not like we had official clearance to do anything yet anyway. But, to make up for it, you have to come partying with us tonight. Or I'm taking a spare rib from your special pet. Does that sound like a good trade?
Ana nodded her head at maximum speed as she ran to give Eka the most hand-crushing handshake Ada had ever seen in his life. Her hand looked positively tiny next to Eka's, who clearly struggled both to understand the gesture and to keep her paw wrapped around her sister's wrist. Tired of this pantomime, Eka simply pulled Ana into a rib-crushing hug, lifting her right off the ground. Ana didn't murder her on the spot, meaning she was kind of happy about it.
Hey, boss. Mind if I get a, celebration hug, too?
Sure, Bones. Get in here.
No, my bad. I meant Ana. You know how it is, boss. Force habit and all.
Oh. I suppose you want some privacy, as you say? I mean, sure, whatever. It's getting pretty early for us. We were thinking about heading off to bed anyway, weren't we?
No one needed a translation for the disheartened growls Eka got from her crew.
So yeah, you two get all the time alone you need in the brig, like your boo-boos better and stuff. What say you and I catch up in the meantime, Dad?
How dare you propose something so reckless! I will not leave these salacious whippersnappers alone in a room without supervision!
Yeah, I thought as much. Well, don't have too much fun without me. Seriously, don't. We're trying to keep it down. Secret mission and all.
Iggy.
So do they just think Sep is the merchant? Or is Sep just... I'm very confused. Alright, but if you guys don't party with us, I'm taking one of your pet's spare ribs. None of my ribs are spare. I need all of them. Yeah, I don't actually... I don't feel I'm following here.
Good talk. Catch you later.
Eka closed, see, repositioned, the door after shepherding everyone into the brig. The storage room remained at a standstill until the wolves started barking loudly and partying again in their bedroom.
Stop slouching.
Let me just inhale my drink. Oh, and you trying to kill me, Abby? Aina and Ada finally crossed gazes once more. Uncertainty shook her to the core. She couldn't even start to guess what was going through his mind now that they were alone together at last. Before Aina could even start to gesture anything, Ada leapt towards her and nearly tackled her to the ground.
Boss! I really thought I'd never get to see you again. You missed so much stuff. I got hanged 4 times, but I survived. Then I got a trial, and I could read while I was in the maze, and we won. So Elmo tried to kill me, and please tell me the Beast Pirate lady wrote the note to Barabbas, and she got you all confused with a different Aina.
Aina pushed Ada away, way more aggressively than she needed to.
Right, sorry. I know you can't tell me any of that, but you can let me know that much at least, yeah? You've never ever seen those folks before?
Abby, my gosh, this is a family-friendly stream. But DM me later. Aina scratched the back of her hair, looking anywhere but at Ada. She finally shook her head. Ow.
Wow, that's convincing.
Aina's lip curled upwards into a snarl.
Oh, what a wonderful row of amazingly sharp teeth. Very ruminant-like. I can't even start to imagine where the confusion came from.
Aina's teeth are Aina's teeth, and they got nothing to do with anything right now. All that matters is that we're together now, and we're an unstoppable duo. Nay, trio. Brains, bronze, and backbone.
Which one were you again?
Listen here, Missy. I don't know where we are, and I don't know what's gonna happen to us. But we may be the last sad chance the city got left to surviving a beast invasion no more. Nothing will stand in our way if we decide to become heroes today.
Both Sep and Aina turned around to glare at Ada.
Or not. Maybe not. Way to make it about yourself, Adder. What I meant to say is that as long as we ain't dead...
No, you're right. I wasn't thinking straight. We're all going to die.
No, let's not.
I'm going to die. You're going to die. And she's going to bite our tails off when we're not looking. Oh, you're too good to eat me, are you? I'll have you know that I'm delicious, you feral heap of...
The voices in the other room stopped for a second.
Patron, stop! I swear I meant nothing with your daughter.
I say, you're the most useless deer I've seen in my life. Obstreperous venison!
The silence continued for a couple of seconds. Soon the laughter and cheering started over again.
All right, everyone. I know this is going to sound real rich coming from me. But we got to calm down. Deep breaths. Use them lungs. Come on, boss. You too. Get those chompers over here if you gotta. No one's eating no one. No one's going to die.
I'm going to die.
In your comfy bed, when you're old and wrinkled, surrounded by a herd of bulky, bumbling stags wearing itty-bitty clothes.
Will you be there?
I will. I'll be the one holding up your pastries platter.
And will you cry?
A whole darn river. Gonna drown everyone in the room. They'll think all that water's what got your tum so round.
Said the deer with the bloated hands. I hate you so much.
Look at that, patron. You sound just like the real deal.
Ada and Sep shared a giggle together as they rested their foreheads against each other. The peaceful moment wasn't meant to last, of course. A sharp, perforating pain in Ada's forearm reminded him that there was a third person in the room. Aina pointed at Sep, then at Ada. She folded her arms as her glare deepened and the drumming of her foot quickened, leaving little room for interpretation.
Right. We're all missing some introductions here, ain't we? Boss, this is Yusuf. Sep, this is Aina. I know you both. And I guess you already knew each other, too.
Both Sep and Aina looked at each other, confused.
You don't recognize her?
I did put together that she's the green-haired albino doe you talk about so much, if that's what you're getting at.
No, I saw it in your diary. It turns out Aina was your friend as a kid, but back then Aina's hair was real long and white, and she looked kind of dopey. And this is all before your mom died, and
I guess I wouldn't have gotten this scene if I skipped the diary, but a good thing I completed it. Ada stopped talking for a second. It was only then that he realized just how much he knew.
Then you ran away from home, and Eligrab sent you to talk to the patron, because it turns out you three were all kind of cursed. And that's when he, took your memories away.
He what? What do you mean Pertok took my No, gods have mercy, don't answer that. Whatever it is you found out, we can't afford to waste that kind of time right now.
Sep sank her fingers deep into her arms, trying to take her mind away from the thought. Her emotions had morphed into something mildly manageable by the time she finally dared to look down at Aina's increasingly confused visage.
Yes, I remember you. Tisena, daughter of Pertok. Different as you look. Though it's clear to see you remain entirely too much of a cold-hearted beast to return the favor.
It ain't her fault you're cursed. You don't need to get ugly with her.
When I want your opinion on anyone's part on the downfall of my life, I will ask for it.
You gonna take it out on me now?
You're the expert on myself. You'd know best.
Ada opened his mouth to reply, knowing that not a single wise word would come out. He closed it and let Sep wander off towards her emotional shelter in the hammock. Aina sent a worried look in Sep's direction, and then in his.
Sorry, boss. It's a very long story. I promise I'll fill you in when we got a minute, okay?
The look he got told him Aina didn't believe that for 1 second, but it was enough for now.
So what's our next step then?
Huh? Why are you asking me? I'm still on plan duty?
Who do you want me to ask? The double agent?
Aina would have defended herself from the accusation, but she didn't know what the turn of phrase meant.
Right. Well, I don't know about y'all, but I'd rather be just about anywhere else in Daknal right now. What do you say we jump ship and let Sleeping Beast party?
I say I'd love to share your optimism, but that's an idea, not a plan. I've already searched the brig from top to bottom. There's no way out from here, and I have no intention to arouse anyone's hunger walking back into the dining room.
3 heads think better than 1, yeah? I'm sure if we just racked our brains a little.
One of Ika's underlings will have time to check up on us while she pretends to be asleep. This is the real world, Adderson. We can't afford ourselves eternal time to come up with inanities.
Why not? Let's go back into your thoughts while we come up with something half smart then.
I don't know how I did that, and I don't even know how I could ever hope to do it again having you around me constantly trying my
Their cavillation was cut short by a small explosion of bone-like splinters and the sound of something falling into the water shortly after.
What the? Boss! Hey! Where are you going? Don't just... And she's gone.
Case in point, we're dead.
Hey, what part of keep it down didn't you understand? Wow. Okay. I'm going to guess the hole in the wall was just made by...
The artist behind Hole in the Brig #1.
Yeah, that tracks. Man, I really thought I was finally getting through to her. Why'd you go and run like that now, huh?
Ada turned a desperate glare towards his patron.
How should I know? She's an unrepentant gobbler gobber, and she never tells us a thing!
It's a mystery.
Mm-hmm. Whatever. We'll just have to go fetch her again. Any excuse is good to make my littermates stretch their legs and sniff every corner of the city. Bones, grab a mop and clean up this mess. And the shell, since you're at it. I want to see it sparkling when I'm back.
Clean a mess and look after your paw. Piece of cake. Aye, Captain.
You what?
You got it, ma'am?
He thinks I'm his mom. I seriously can't get enough words from you. Hey, tell me about this cake thing when we're back. I want a piece too.
Neither of the two people remaining in the ship dared to breathe again until there was nothing but silence deep into the darkness beyond the gap. It was almost nice like this, really. You just had to forget the sight of the beasts, the constant humidity, and the stomach-churning miasma seeping into the room that made both of them cover their faces and retreat into the dining room immediately. After a few moments trying to breathe in relatively fresh air and not whatever that was, Ada opened his mouth to do more than cough.
She did it on purpose.
Excuse me?
Aina didn't just run away because she felt overwhelmed. She caused a huge distraction for us because she knew the beast would follow her. I'm sure that's it. Oh, how come I didn't get that earlier? She's so clever.
Sepp gawked at the boy. Words failed her.
You know, Adder, I really feel like this whole ordeal has given me precious insight on how you managed to have such a lovely extra-laboral relationship with your boss. It can't be easy having to share half a wit between two people.
She managed to solve the beast problem for us, didn't she? That's one more thing that you've done.
Taking a very determined decision not to pay any heed to whatever Sepp said next, Ada took a deep breath and ran into the brig. His companion barely dared peek in. After a few moments rummaging through all the items in the storage room, Ada finally settled for the mop. That is, the stick with a bunch of fur attached to its end that only conceptually resembled a mop, as Akaphorians understood them, and rushed right back.
Please tell me that thing is the weapon of our murder-suicide, and you're not about to wipe the floor with it.
I'm trying something here. We could turn to violence if this don't work.
Well, as long as you're open to it.
Ada scurried back out. Sepp observed as the boy leaned out of the new gap left on the wall after Aina's escape, doing his best to avoid breathing in a single puff of air or dragging his neck through the splinters. Once out, he stuck the stick as far as he could down into the space below them.
These ain't exactly what they call shallow waters where I'm from, but I reckon we're both tall enough for them.
As Ada pulled out the bizarre wolf tool, he realized that the water dripping from it was particularly slimy. Ada moved his snout a bit closer to the end of the mop, following a deep-seated instinct to sniff out every unknown particle he stumbled upon. Sepp could only gag from afar. He put the mop down and snorted all the air out of his lungs.
Fancy a guess where they took us?
Before Sepp could reach out to stop him, Ada jumped out of the boat and into the water.
Shit.
Kinda. But hey, look at it from the bright.
Find me a silver lining, Adderson. Find me one, and I swear that I'm going down there just to show you where you can stick that mop.
I was just gonna say, the water only reaches up to my knees. And anyway, you were the one who said you'd rather take a bath in the sewers than put a finger on me again.
It's called hyperbole. You should know that as you're extremely well versed in it.
Oh, well darn, thank you.
Defeated by her own pettiness, her limited options, and Ada's lack of vocabulary, Sepp carefully slid herself off the edge of the brig and into the cloudy waters. He stood very still for a minute, no doubt appreciating the way her boots, pants, and shirt were unable to filter out any water.
I thought you said it only reached up to your knees.
Yeah, my knees. Careful now. Wouldn't want to trip here.
Ada walked a couple steps ahead into the darkness, trying to encourage Sepp to do the same. Sepp took a deep breath, she promptly regretted, and then a single step forward. Thank you, Ariel, for the resub. I massively appreciate that. Thank you very much. Something squeaked under her foot, slithered away, and made Sepp slide and fall on her butt, causing a new splash.
Congratulations, Adder. You finally dragged me down to your level.
Come now. You know this is still a couple of pegs below me. I ain't been avoiding your big bro's generous offers this long for nothing.
Oh, you figured that out.
Ada stretched a hand out towards Sepp, which she took reluctantly. Then he helped her feel her way toward the sidewalk. Both Sepp and Ada looked down at the cause of her misstep. It was a vine as thick as a tree root, a wiggling tree root, or more like a whole thicket of them. They both followed the sight upwards toward their origin, the ship. Bright golden dots flickered above them like a constellation, a congregation of fungi most likely. This was not the moment to leave a single possibility up to chance. Another pair of radiant spheres joined the scene, this time right beside Ada. The sky blue eyes shining in the dark nearly gave him a cardiac arrest, familiar as they were.
Quiet.
An orange glow followed after, radiating from Sep's palms. The light grew in intensity until it seemed like a torch pointed directly at the heights they just jumped from. That was no ship. Aina had somehow managed to punch through a gigantic snail's oval shell, reinforced with some kind of reddish metal on the outside, and bedecked with cages, grills, and flags.
Hell yeah, a sewer! Come on, Sep, just a few miles to freedom. Sweet, smelly freedom.
Hundreds of slithering vine-like appendages spread out from the depths of the shell, blocking the sewage tunnel behind it.
What is that?
I don't know, but I guess we ain't going that way.
As if sensing an ill will of some kind, or perhaps just attracted to the light, the cluster of eyes turned towards the couple of escapees. Sep and Ada found themselves frozen at the sight. The living ship started crawling towards them, vines bunched up like little feet soaking what little water they could find to propel itself through the tunnel, first awkwardly and heavily, and then faster, faster, faster. Now it was inches away, giving them a clear sight of its hoofed mouth. The creature threw its vines back, launching itself towards the ruminants, only to have its momentum cut dead short, stopped by two thick metal anchors tying it in place. The story may have very well ended here if it had managed to advance just a couple of paces further. No matter how much it lashed its vines around, trying to reach the deer and the gazelle, its efforts were in vain. Ada had already lifted Sep on his arms and started running downstream. Excuse me. Much farther than the... Oh, dear. Much farther than the snail could ever hope to reach them. They rushed away.
Hey, pal, take a break. Have some water.
I choked on my own saliva. It's not like my throat is dry. But thank you. They rushed away, praying to every god above them that the creature wouldn't think to give them chase again. Though it had been a long while since the initial scare had passed, Ada and Sep's hands remained firmly intertwined. Neither of them would be negligent enough to bring this up, of course. Ada let his eye linger over the thin strips of light that illuminated the sewers as they walked, doing his best to keep any beasts, mollusks, and past relationships that he hoped to rekindle out of his mind.
You wouldn't happen to have a map of the sewers somewhere in your mind, would you?
Yes, Adder. Studying public sanitary infrastructure layouts is just my idea of an entertaining second night.
Was that supposed to be sarcasm?
It mostly was, okay?
Ha! Nerd!
Lynn, you're in no position to laugh. Nerd. Sep took a deep breath, reminding herself that her hobbies weren't under much scrutiny when it came to Adork.
This is mere speculation, but judging from the speed at which the water is flowing and how they managed to sneak a thing that size under the city without flooding a whole district, I'd wager we can't be too far from the sea.
Hold up! What? That's where all the crap goes in heirloom? What do y'all use to breed your fields then?
Is it truly indispensable to you that we speak about manure while we're waddling through it?
I'm just saying, I'm starting to see why nothing grows around these parts. Back in my town, we just take a basin and...
Not another word on the subject.
Her words echoed through the tunnels, making the intervention all the more dramatic. 1, 2, 2.5, 3. Sep counted to herself the seconds before Ada would open his mouth again. The count ended at 6 3/4.
So, speaking about sewer stuff, Taylid, huh? Talk about family resemblances. Wowee.
What is that supposed to mean?
Nothing. I'm just saying y'all threatened to kill me twice per sentence, but I would have never guessed y'all were brother and sister when Miss Rochelle threatened me that one time.
That's because it's supposed to be a secret. Like so many things you keep digging up.
Why?
What do you mean, why? It's obvious, isn't it? Mr. Tay-Tay is too important to let his reputation be tarnished for being related to a hobo and a whore.
Sep, I'd never let anyone call you a hobo.
Dumbass.
1, 2, not even 3 seconds of peace this time.
I mean, what reputation are we even talking about? You ever hear the stories of the things that happen down here?
Only the ones tangentially related to me, but I'm positive I can't stop you from sharing.
See, me and Gilf toured the place a couple of times when things were real bad. Dead folk don't miss coins, or so he says.
You sound disgustingly okay with that.
Can't get queasy handling corpses when you're about to become one, ma'am. Besides, most of them come fresh out of the arena. It's gotta be somewhere around here. That's where them noble types like to bet in secret. The poor fighters that give it a go end up rich or dead. Mostly dead. All the nasty stuff is Taylor's turf, but there's lots more to this place. There's houses and markets and doctors and all sorts of folks who'd rather live in the dark than risk getting caught in the daylight again. I even heard some say they've seen beasts down here.
I suppose we can cross that one off the rumor list.
A sudden clank on the ceiling made Sep flail her incandescent hand around in a panic, nearly slamming it into Ada's face.
Hey! Careful with that thing!
It's called a hand, though I guess I can't really blame you for not knowing what one normally looks like.
Sep pried her non-glowing hand away sharply from Ada's grasp, making sure to leave quite a bit of space between them. Ada stood behind, suddenly paralyzed by the urgency to run after her and the confidence that it wouldn't ultimately solve anything. So he only moved his mouth instead.
You still mad at me?
Mad? I mean, do I look mad to you? Why are you even asking me? You're the one who spent an eternity scavenging for scraps of weakness. You'd know.
Look, we've been doing the whole I insult you insult me worse thing all day long. And I get it. There's a whole lot of stuff going on all the time. But I thought we'd cleared things up a little, at least. I've had a lot of time to think today. And I figured, I don't know what's going to happen next. But if we ran into a beast right now, I wouldn't want things to end like this. Why don't we give the good old honest heart-to-heart a try? Just this once.
Sep stopped walking. She turned and looked the deer in the eye with a very unconvinced attempt at a challenging expression.
I don't know, Adder. Can you be honest?
I'll do my best. I just want to talk to you again, like we used to.
Ada squeezed Sep's hand within his own once more. It was more like her whole forearm, but she understood the gesture regardless.
I could be taking a warm-scented bath right now. I could be soaking my hooves in orange blossoms, safe in my reassurance that your story had run its course. You would be nothing more than a footnote in my diary tonight, if I still had it.
Oh, thank you for knocking my glasses off. Right, what do I want to say? You're having an adventure, but you saved me, but you love me. You saved me.
But you found it in that heart of gold of yours to save me and give me a second chance.
Okay, first of all, this is not a second chance. We are not an item, Adderson.
Yeah, we never were.
And secondly, I didn't save you. I was saving myself.
Yep, we've been through this too. You're a petty asshole and you got a block of ice for a heart.
What? What's your problem?
Oh, you didn't like that, huh? Well, that's what it sounds like when you talk about yourself, Majesty.
Well, this is going well.
I wouldn't quite go so far. I do not sound like... Can we go back to when you were scared of saying a word out of turn?
Not now. I figured out you keep spewing lots of radish stew about yourself, we can't.
I knew I shouldn't have let you in.
You didn't let me in. I snuck in because it turns out I'm pretty darn good sometimes. You like having me around you.
Around may not be the preposition I'd use for where I like you best, but I do regretfully treasure your presence regardless.
Needless to say, Ada couldn't even begin to decipher the sentence, but he understood that her tone betrayed a smile despite everything. There still wasn't enough to quiet Sep's inquisitive nature, however.
Do you really want to be honest? Then stop using my feelings to deflect talking about yours for a moment. There may not be an appropriate reaction to finding out that beasts exist and your boss works for them, but I know you can't be taking this nearly as well as you pretend you are.
I don't know. I don't know how to feel when she lets me in on whatever's going on. Anything between this and that just goes in the little box of things I can't be thinking about.
Something tells me it's not precisely little.
That's something got anything to do with me giving some grand friggin' speech to the whole city while I was busy running up and down your thoughts?
Maybe. But we're talking about you now.
I gotta believe that the only thing that's changed is that she ain't my boss proper no more, now that her pa sacked me. Whoever and whatever she is, she's still the person I admire the most in Dakna. I gotta believe in her, like she believed in me. She's my best friend in the world, no matter what.
A tiny smidge of light, a single gleam in the distance, grew larger and brighter as they approached the end of the sewers. Fresh air, a bright sky, and the brave Alar Sea waited beyond their torment. White turned to blue, and white again as Aina's arm waved at them from the other side of the conspicuously bent grill at the end of the tunnel.
That a good enough answer for you?
It will have to do for now. You've given me much to think about.
Ada tilted his head, confused about the way she trailed off at the end, but no follow-up to that thought ever came. An ancient seawall, crowned by a ruined lighthouse, framed the view of the fierce waters below and the serene skies above. A distant memory of a time where lost seafaring techniques carried vessels away from the shoreline. Ada eagerly trudged those last few steps that separated them from certain death in the waves of the high-tide sea and into Aina's arms.
Boss! I'm so proud of you! That was amazing!
Aina's tail started wagging at full speed behind her, equally happy to see him and to receive whatever compliments she could get after such a long day. The excitement sparking between the master and apprentice didn't last long, for it soon became Ada's turn to use their one brain cell.
You could have clued us in on your plan back there, you know. What if we'd gotten lost along the way? That wasn't no plan. You just got mad we weren't paying attention to you, so you punched a wall and then rolled with it.
Aina helped Ada up with a final heave, a half hug, and a non-committal smile.
Well, I sure as hey ain't fixing that hole for you.
Ada took both hands to his face and sighed. It was then he noticed that he'd gotten drenched hugging Aina.
Oh, boss! You all right? You're soaked to the bone! Sheesh, even your tips are getting all faded now.
Ada was going to pat Aina's head dry when a thought struck him.
How'd that happen exactly?
Aina pointed down the tunnel they just came out from, and then back at the ground below them. She marched in place, covering her head, crouched down, and then sprung back to her feet, mimicking the extraordinary act of swimming in the air. She finished her act, casting an expectant look in Ada's direction, tail still wagging behind her.
Good job, boss. Had a girl.
Satisfied with her reward, Aina started rummaging through her belt bags. After a short search, she produced the blue and white fabric she'd been wearing since the previous night and presented it to Ada.
Do me a favor and hold on to that till I need it.
A little help here? I'd rather not drown in a sewage exit if it's all the same to you.
Aina and Ada both leaned over the edge of the wall to help Sep up. It's not like Aina really needed the assistance. She was strong enough to lift 8 to 12 Seps. But Ada felt the extraordinary urge to make sure his little threat of a boss wouldn't drop the gazelle back into the water as a prank or something. At last, the three of them stood atop the wall, like a promise of a new day. A chilly breeze blew behind them, carrying their woes toward the endless horizon.
See? I keep telling y'all there's always a way to make things right, and you never believe me.
I'll make sure to set my skepticism aside for you, if we're still alive tomorrow.
Yeah, don't hallucinate till you're out of the woods.
Aina nodded resolutely, like she had any idea what that phrase meant.
We ought to get moving. Ain't no way of knowing how long those things are going to be chasing Aina. I don't even want to imagine what they're going to think of me eloping with y'all's dad.
The smith smirked and started gesturing something that Ada couldn't slap down fast enough.
There is no point in making baseless conjectures. The sooner we react, the better indeed. Our next move could prove critical for the future of the city.
Our? Hold up. You coming with us? Like, of your own condition?
Volition.
Volition?
Of your own condition.
You ain't ditching us?
Wow. You really think I care so little about the city I was raised in and its poor defenseless people?
Ada squinted his one eye at her.
I go where the sister of the captain goes, of course.
Aina bared her teeth at Sepp, trying to push her off.
Aw, what's wrong? You have a complicated relationship with your family too, little beast girl. Boop. Look! Boop! Boop! It's like messing with a kid. I don't even have to try to make her mad.
If you don't quit that right now, I'm the one who's gonna flip out. Heads on the game, all right?
Aw, look what you've done, Aina. Here comes the big boar bro.
I love Aina so much.
Sip, focus! It's our necks on the line here. Do we agree we gotta warn everyone then?
Sepp moved her eyes lazily from her little game poking Aina's nose and trying not to get her finger bitten off to Ada, who looked about ready to expedite the process.
Who does everyone entail exactly? Do you have a feasible plan this time? Or are you just set on running around the city screaming like a madman about the end of the world until you run out of breath?
No, of course not. That'd be dumb. I know better than anyone. This is way above our pay grade. The city guard should be taking care of it.
Those buffoons either didn't realize they had beasts hiding in their ranks, or they let them run free amongst their own. But if you want to try your luck with Elbar after ruining any future the two of us had together on top of that, please don't let me stop you.
Well, in my defense, if it wasn't for today, we wouldn't know about the wolves in the first place. You think Lord Snotty Snout was in on this?
I may have fared better if he was some kind of conspirator, but alas, he's too self-absorbed to be capable of such evil. Beasts could have spent moons handing out bribes right under his nose, and he wouldn't have had the faintest idea.
I would have known, was the idea Sepp left unspoken.
Who's left then?
Ada put both hands on his temples, trying to juice his grey matter into greyish ideas. Sepp closed her eyes thoughtfully. Aina put a hand on her chin so as to not be left out. I kind of want to go with Aina's option. Aina snorted wryly to herself, well aware of the fact that she wasn't actually invited to the brainstorming session. Walking with feet light as air, she started climbing the lighthouse to get a better view of their surroundings, safe in her reassurance that she was the only one doing something actually useful. That's right, there was no one to call anymore. No one could stop a storm that had been brewing this long. It would swallow up the whole city. Aina looked down from her vantage point over the ruins. The whole city, save for a few select people that she didn't want involved, that is. It was still her, and all she could do was her level best to keep her friends and their very annoying company of choice safe. Aina sniffed the air. It smelled like approaching thunder. Better take cover.
Now, I'm telling you, if we just took the time to find Illigraph...
Why can't you understand that Taylor would be a much better...
Aina pushed them away from each other, shutting both of their snouts with her hands. Then she shook her head as she cut the air emphatically with her arms. She pointed at Ada, Sepp, and herself, then opened her arms wide, only to cross them again. After much wiggling, Ada managed to scurry away from Aina's grasp.
Whoa, boss! A little slower. That's protect, right? So, not protect. None of that would be safe for us. That it?
Aina nodded. Then she bit her lip, trying to piece together the way to express her thoughts. She pulled on her shirt, wrapped one fist around the other next to her heart, and then tapped on her nose quickly.
Mother, translate.
I think she's signing the beasts can smell us? But not just smell us. They can smell... chest. No. Heart? That make a single lick of sense to you?
Sep's mouth hung agape as she finally understood what Aina was trying to communicate.
They can scent the Hatsa.
And that means...
It means they can scent the Hatsa! Just how do you know that, Aina? Why are you so sure about that?
Aina's eyes narrowed into mere lines.
Well, they ain't found her for one. So whatever it is that is, she must be onto something.
That would explain why they confused her for the other guy, because he's also thick with the magic. Sep shot a glare in Ada's direction. She had no actual retort to this logic that wouldn't result in at least half an hour of arguing, however.
Fine. That's not the concerning part. If what she's saying is true, that would mean they're capable of perceiving our very soul through their sense of smell.
They could be magnitudes better at navigating a current than we could ever hope to be.
Ada joined Aina in nodding non-committally, as if either of them got any of that. Sep sighed, with violence.
Imagine you could smell the waves about leaves in the sea when the wind blows in your direction.
Yeah, no, that's impossible.
No, it's not. Every action we take shapes both our connection to the Hatsa and that of those intersecting with us, which in turn shifts the Hatsa itself in infinitesimal ways we cannot even start to perceive or measure. That's the very essence of Sephihet.
She's info dumping on us again. We will go and grab these, and the whole chatter's joke played out with tedious inevitability.
You're at a level 10 of Sepness right now. I need you to come down 2.
The gazelle made a brief choking motion with her hands.
If you don't want your Hatsa read through your gaze, you can close your eyes, yes. But you can't do that with your smell. There's no actual way to change or erase the unique essence your blood gives off, only make it less noticeable.
So they can't smell where her thoughts are, because the sewers sink more than the sea!
It was Sep's turn to stare blankly at Ada. There was almost a sense of wonder in her eyes, really. It was a look that told him she was asking herself the important question, how could I ever think associating with you was a sound idea?
Potentially, yes. Now, suppose strong smells actually confuse them. I hope you understand that I'm not willing to spend the rest of my miserable existence bathing in sewage on the off chance this pipsqueak is not making stuff up. Which finally takes me back to the original point I wanted to make. If Aina thinks this stench is our disguise, wouldn't it make more sense for us to hide using a scent that didn't remind them of the place we just escaped from?
Aina and Ada looked at Sep. Then they looked at each other. They huddled up a few steps away as Aina started signing and making quiet noises.
No, she kinda got a point there, boss. What? I ain't taking nobody's side. I'm just saying that... Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Don't call me names!
Ada finally emerged from their little coven, wiggling his fingers with apprehension.
So, here's the thing, Sip. You may not have noticed, because you lived here your whole life surrounded by fancy perfume and delicious soap.
Delicious.
Coming all the way up from Chancery, I can promise you this one thing. The first thing you notice when you walk into Heirloom ain't the walls, ma'am. The city don't smell like roses. However, we diggity do agree this is the grossest thing either of us has gone through in a good long while. And I got no intention to let the one decent set of pants I own stay dyed green-brown for the rest of my stay here. If we want to find the middle point between our safety and our decency while we weather out the storm, we gotta make sure we're still blended in after washing up. And we can only do that...
Please say something intelligent.
In a place that smells worse than we do.
Why? Why would you reach that conclusion? If all we need is to disguise ourselves, we may as well douse our bodies in spice and jump into a temple. They won't be able to tell either way.
Sure thing, Your Majesty. Name one shop in the city where 3 weirdos covered in crap can ask for a whole bucket of spices to jump in. How about I do you one up and help you find a good fire pit to save the beast the trouble of cooking that marinade?
I did not say it was a feasible idea. I was simply stating the fact there are better ones out there. We don't even need to change our scent too much from the usual, right? You usually smell like ash. Why don't we go hide in Aina's forge?
I mean, the smoke would be a real nice way to hide us, if it weren't for the fact that pyres tend to attract a lot of guards. But if you're so desperate to go back to smelling like flowers, we could always go and hide in the desert rose like we used to. I bet Miss Rochelle's gonna be real happy to see you in good company. Ain't she now?
Has anybody ever mentioned how lowly your rhetoric is?
If they have, I sure as hey didn't understand. So, there's the plan, ma'am. All in favor of finding a grid in a place where a bunch of beasts can't eat us and hide till we have a better plan.
Ada raised one of his ridiculous hands. Aina raised both to match. Sepp took a hand to her face.
The masses have spoken. All that's left is finding the place then.
Aina quickly tapped her nose and motioned her friends to follow her as she jumped back into the sewers, clearly set on a target.
That's the spirit, boss. Lead the way. Come on, Majesty. I'm sure that once we got a moment to sit down and rest our hooves, it'll all start making sense again.
If any of this starts making even an inch of sense to me, you can just go ahead and let them skewer me with my own horns.
Sepp climbed back down into the sewer entrance, closely followed by Aina's snickers. Ada remained on the ruins for a moment longer, engrossed by this last chance to marvel at the scenery ahead.
Hey, Sepp, you get a feeling this place looks familiar somehow?
It's just the view of the palace.
Right. That gotta be it.
What Ada didn't say back then, and probably never said to her until the day he died, is that he had just figured out the reason why their beloved low-tide beach was always so empty. The trio diligently followed Aina's lead through the tunnels, none of them particularly willing to joke around or carry any light this time around, lest they attracted any sort of extra unsavory attention. They walked several blocks upstream, taking turn after turn through the many meanders that diverged in the darkness. They knew their exit was near when the brown streams nearly dried out, and the bricks covering the ceiling to save the city from the sight of their own waste got scarcer. Thank you. Soon they were trudging through an open channel that delineated the beginning of the sewers as repurposed irrigation ditches, from times when the slums had been filled with industrious researchers and architectonic projects. A time before the Barhan Rebellion and the expropriation decrees, before slander had become synonymous with murder. Now the gutter was as safe a place as any to walk in the district. They followed Aina for what felt like hours, until they finally emerged on the serrated edge of a cliff.
You could tell how much I love high places, I see.
Sepp glared at Aina through a pressed grin. The smith smirked back, showing every last tooth.
Need me to carry you?
Not in front of that varmint, I don't.
Aina was rather certain this was not the case, however, and selflessly volunteered to the task.
What? You think you're... Put me down, you beast! Put me down!
Aina ran ahead, carrying the screaming Sepp in one hand like a hot dish.
Would you look at that? Y'all seem like such good friends already.
Ada followed the girls up the narrow path ahead, skirting the vertical climb until he reached a rundown house that was dangerously close to giving up on its foundations and just falling. His lips formed a very concerned line as he found himself on his own doorstep.
Hey, boss. Since when do you know where I live?
Shut up. This is your house? The house you share with Gyoth. You mean to tell me he's been living like this?
Sepp's horrified expression only lasted until she remembered the company around her.
Hira be blessed. When you said you both lived in a shack, I assumed that would entail a building with a minimum of 4 walls.
Hey, it ain't so bad. We got 3.5. And a wonderful backyard with its own outhouse and everything. It's the brick box at the edge of the cliff.
Ew.
Ugh. I really should have taken you to the doctor before bringing you anywhere near me.
Sepp made to step into the house, prompting Ada to casually put his whole arm across the threshold.
You know what? Now that I got a moment to think about it, I don't think this is such a hot idea. I'm not really allowed to bring guests over.
I'm sure the occasion merits an exception.
Maybe. But maybe actually truly we ought to hide somewhere else. Like a dump. I mean, it smells almost the same, but without the danger of running into my landlord.
We have far more serious problems than Gyoff right now. Move!
No way! Nope, nuh-uh. You know, if it was about me, I'd say my home is your home. Except it's not. We can't hide in there. If I dragged any crap in, Mr. Bard would murder me.
You are going to get murdered either way, Adderson! Just let me take a bath!
Bath.
Yeah, you don't have one, do you?
Yes, Adder dear. Lead me to the place where you purportedly used to wash yourself after roaming the streets before I stupidly lent you my own.
That'd be ain't his tub, but boy, oh boy, there's no means to justify that end. No offense to your soap-making skills, boss, but I'm pretty sure those were just lye bars. I swear, I was yellow all over before I started using that thing.
Though dawn soon was a suffocating season to its very end, random licks of fire and strong gusts of hot wind full of embers weren't exactly commonplace, much less so specifically placed behind two people. Both Ada and Aina turned around slowly. Easy solution for this situation, kill Gyoff before he gets mad.
I don't much care where or how, but I was promised a bath and a modicum of peace for going through with this stupid plan, Adderson. If I have to make you build a bathtub and fill it with your own tears to wash myself, I will.
That was a promise, not just a threat.
Well, if you ain't picky as long as it makes me cry, I know a place we could go. Mr. Bard said there used to be a decent hammam down the street, but it was shut down a while before I arrived. They found the owner dead in real mysterious circumstances.
Circumstances?
Knife wounds or bashed in heads or nothing like you see around these parts. They say the bath's cursed now, and anyone who comes in never comes out.
I think I'll take my chances.
Yeah, sure thing. What's a little more cursing matter at this point? Right this way, then.
I dare not repeat the words Sepp saved for Ada and his boss as she was surreptitiously led back into the sewers, seeing as the gates to the baths were still locked.
Knock, knock! One fresh bucket of our finest water coming up for her grace.
God! How is it so cold?
We should be thankful the pump's working at all. Scrub 'em leggies like you mean it or you won't be getting into the pool.
Hold on. Is this what I think it is?
Oh, goddammit, Lynn.
Bath episode?
Lynn, stop that. You're going to smear the ink.
This sure brings me back to my water selling days. Speaking of work, Aina, how are we doing over there? Boss, don't be like that. You know baths are good for you. Do we really gotta do this whole dance every time? Give me that sponge. Hey, come here. I gotcha. There's no escape now, you filthy rascal. Brush, 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 cleaning up the little boss.
Once satisfied with his work, Ada locked Aina's head under his arm and dashed to the contiguous warm room. It wouldn't be completely out of place to say Ada dunked a quasi-sparkling Aina into the pool.
And you better not go crawling out till I tell you. You hear?
Aina raised her head over the water like a grim apparition, hair on her eyes and murder all over her face. Her vengeance could not come to fruition, for it was misplaced by the sight of Sepp's body clad in nothing.
What? What did Aina see?
A towel.
What?
Sepp was wearing a perfectly decent bathing robe under the towel.
No, she wasn't.
Everyone wore perfectly decent, family-friendly towels and bathing robes beneath them.
I'm 14, not stupid.
Her vengeance could not come to fruition, for it was misplaced by the sight of Sepp's body, clad in nothing but swimwear under a towel.
I swear to you that the first thing I'll do on my right day is come back and rewrite this.
Be that as it may, Aina could have set some world records on the speed at which she paddled to hide her panic.
Oh, look. The shy little cabbage is finally showing her true colors.
Sepp followed her leisurely, running a hand between the threads of long silver-white hair floating aimlessly in the water.
Wow. Your hair color looks even more unreal than the dye, doesn't it? Like fine spider silk in the moonlight, or the world's finest linen thread. To be honest, though, I only thought it looked like rice noodles when I was a child. Yum.
Sepp glanced back at Ada. He was preoccupied brushing his antlers ferociously in the cold room. A rare moment removed from Ada's overprotectiveness for the both of them.
So you really don't remember me at all, do you? Who knows? Maybe you just need to take a closer look.
Never one to miss a chance to make someone else falter, Sepp casually wrapped an arm around the shorter girl's shoulders.
Then again, I don't look anything like the child you knew, do I? I used to have really stubby arms and legs, so much so that Illigrab started calling me Pumpkin. Actually, I don't know if he started it, but it caught on. I became Pumpkin first and Sepp second.
Sepp's hand sauntered towards the top of Aina's head.
Well, anyway, whenever you carried me, he'd say it was so sweet. We looked like a pumpkin pie. Can you imagine that? You were anything but sweet carrying me back there.
The taller girl's fingers slowly traced the outline of Aina's increasingly red ears.
But you were always so patient with me when I was a child, remember? You even let me chew on your ears whenever I was scared. Could it be my fault they look like this now?
Aina shrugged her shoulders, way past the line where any shoulder is supposed to elevate.
You don't know? We could always check.
Sepp made to take a small bite out of the tip of Aina's right ear. In the last moment, she craned her face to rub her cheek against hers instead.
Honestly, I think I prefer it like this for once. You don't need to remember you ever knew me, Aina. I want you to see me as I am.
Hey, what's going on over there?
Sepp moved a smile away from Aina's face, leaving a flustered mess in her wake.
Nothing. Just watching a snowflake melt in the water.
Keep on calling her cute little nicknames. See how that turns out for you.
Every last remaining boiler went off in Aina's cheeks with the arrival of an extremely misproportioned stag coming in through the other end of the pool, leaving very little to the imagination. But just to be clear, he was wearing a towel. It's just the steam.
Right, whatever. Just let me write some steamy prose about my ancestors.
All right, everyone. Soak up nice and good, take a dip in the hotter pool, back to cool, and then it's right back out. The water feels great, but we ain't got time to waste splashing about all day.
No. I need a bath, Adder. A long, warm bath for my health. Besides, it's a well-known fact that people get their best ideas while they're bathing. Though I'm sure you can't relate.
Yeah, that's when you jump out and shout urethra, right?
Hey now, you've been hip-deep in muck today. You don't get to make fun of me no more.
That's the thing about filth. Some of us actually rinse it off.
Aina laughed under her breath, making Sepp smile in kind, which in turn made Aina skitter away again.
See? Even your boss thinks you could use more baths. It's official now.
Yeah, right. She's one to talk, so to speak. Anyway, we should be running out right about now.
Hey, Val, take a break. Have some water.
Thank you.
Stop slouching.
Ada couldn't keep his eye from flicking towards Sepp's towel as she pulled her body close enough to bump shoulders.
It's been a very long day, and you did a great job tricking the beasts. We can afford to relax at least 10 minutes, don't you think?
Hello, Ada. So nice of you to join. God damn, how were you hiding that monster? Aren't you supposed to be licensed to carry such a weapon? Aren't supposed to be? Yeah. Yeah.
No, it ain't the beast what's nagging me right now. I got a bad feeling about this place. It's too fancy. This ain't what a house that's been abandoned for a year and some slander's supposed to look like.
And that's a bad thing, apparently.
Ignoring the very obvious one-eyed glare Ada was sending her way, Sep kicked up her legs over his shoulders and sighed.
Lighten up a little, dear. I'm sure Aina will be more than capable of arranging something for us if it turns out we are taking a bath on private property. It means you'll get to hit people very hard today if they bother us.
Aina's best attempts to look reliable and menacing were cut short by the fact she still wouldn't dare turn around to look at the ruminants behind her. So there they were, one gazelle stretching her legs, one deer anxiously glancing at the entrance, and one smith trying desperately to hide her face from the rest of the world. This quietude, of course, wouldn't last.
So, tell me, Adder, is forcing your boss to take a bath part of your job description, or is that more of a labor of love?
It's a mantle I took up when I got tired of seeing her covered in soot every day. Y'all like to talk trash about me, but that's because you ain't seen Aina thrashing around in it. Bagging fleas is easier than thawing up this little menace.
Cora, I'm sure if more people actually knew about this game, there would be a considerable amount more fan art. Because like I said when I first started playing this game came out 4 years ago. It has like only 130 something Steam reviews. If you compare that to like a popular game that came out like 4 years ago, you'd have like tens of thousands of reviews, possibly hundreds of thousands for like big games. So like, more people need to know about this game. I think it's wonderful and it's a cool world. Ada patted Aina's spotless white hair.
Hillegrab says her dyes used to last months before I showed up.
Ada and Aina frowned at each other. Then her tail started wagging.
Whose fault is it, huh? Who likes hopping in the mud every time it rains? Oh, yes, it's you. Such a bad boss. Yes, you are.
Ada started scratching Aina's cheeks and neck until her tail started wagging at full speed, splashing water all over the place. Smooch after smooch was peppered on Aina's little nose while she made some very half-hearted attempts at swatting Ada's face away. Oh. The duo only stopped upon noticing the blue eyes silently judging from afar.
Oh, no, please. Continue. I have no intention of getting into whatever that was.
Hey, don't make it sound weird. I'm just glad, because I haven't gotten to be with her like this in a while.
Like this.
Sep flicked her eyes down at their towels, then back up, turning both of their faces immediately red.
What?
To be honest, I'm a little disappointed. I was fully expecting you'd see her body and immediately say something like, "By touch a beard, boss, boobies," or "Prex." Do you prefer either word, Aina?
Aina shrugged until she slid her whole body sans ears under the water, blowing bubbles for all response.
No way. I've seen chess before.
Mine doesn't count.
I wasn't counting yours.
I'm afraid not everyone can wear a cup like yours, Adderson.
Aina catapulted herself out of the water, banging on the edge of the pool as she nearly cried her eyes out. Ada needed a second to understand.
No, hold up. I didn't mean it like that. I'm just saying I don't care about him. Not like I don't care for him. Y'all perfect from head to hoof. I just never really thought about it. Look, I like what I like, okay?
And what could that possibly be?
Like you didn't know the answer to that question.
Oh, I'm not the one who's wondering.
Sep raised her eyebrows in Aina's direction, startling the little wide-eyed Smith back into the water.
Sip, come on. Quit messing with us already. We ain't got time to be fooling around today. We're gonna have to go streaking through the slums if we don't wrap this up and do some laundry.
If you're so worried about our schedule, why don't you go and get a head start?
You know what? I will. Because y'all making me feel like I'm the only one with half a sense of responsibility left.
Good for you.
Ada 100% accidentally dunked Sep's head in the water as he stood up. So Sep, completely by chance, tugged on Ada's towel as he walked out of the pool, making him squeak. Definitely his towel and nothing else. Once the storm of giggles had passed, Ada grabbed their pile of dirty clothes and a basin. He watched it fill with water, sitting down as physically far from Sep as he could all the while.
Sep, if I didn't know you any better, I'd say you're delaying us on purpose.
On the contrary, I'm maximizing our possibilities of survival. It's a very simple strategy, in fact. If we're going to hide, there's a possibility we'll be found. And if we're found, the most likely outcome is that we'll be brought to Elbar. He won't take me seriously when I encounter him if I look anything less than perfect.
Aren't you a little bit worried he may not care a whole lot about your looks after everything that happened today?
Of course not. I don't dress to impress the people who love me. I dress to impress the people who hate me. And I undress for the sake of the fashionably challenged.
Sticks and stones, Sep.
You should have really let me buy you new clothes when you had the chance.
Yeah, well, I would have fancier stains to wash off then.
Aina poked her face out of the water and pointed at her left eye with a smile, making Ada groan in response.
Wait, what does that mean? Eye stain? A dirty patch?
Aina shook her head, laughing.
Adder, quick! I need more context.
It means I'm a dumbass who don't even know where his eye is anymore. Now, if y'all done chewing the rag, I could really use a hand with this.
Ada channeled what remained of his patience into presenting Sep with a basin full of water and soap. Sep rolled her eyes with secret understanding, bringing a hand into the bottom of the recipient. The water started to bubble into a near instantaneous rolling boil.
There. Be gentle with my skirt, dear. Silk is very delicate.
Yeah, had her do everything as usual.
Ada turned around to go get their clothes, mumbling something about delicate silks under his breath.
Well, thank you kindly for manipulating temperature for me, darling. It ain't like I could do it myself or nothing.
Sep sent a glance in the direction of her cooling down hand, opening and closing her still glowing fingers, and we just got a raid. Hello, Linen. You're here now. Hello, welcome. Welcome to the Bathhouse episode of Hayseed Knight. How are you doing? Let's get you a shout out.
I misunderstood something somewhere. Ah. No goat scream in the sound alerts? Is it in the redeems then? Where's my goat noise?
Does your chat like knocking a lot?
Oh, it is channel points. Ah, I scared myself. I clicked that button. I told it to do that, and then it played, and I scared myself.
Aww, precious goblin. So, welcome. I'm Iggy Maid. I like to play story-heavy games. This is a visual novel playing today. I'm reading aloud all the narration aspects of it, and we're just enjoying the ride. So I hope you had a good stream there, Linen. Missed a lot of cute horny. This is a little bit. But if you're new here, we have a raid trailer to get you introduced to the content. So here you go. I am a master of gun fu. Oh, you smell guilty. Whoa!
Oh my god.
Ooh, funny rock. Touch it. Lick it. Put it in your mouth. I love weenies. Fire. Oh dear. Oh dear. I thought we said controlled burn. I may be very gay. Yeah! Woohoo! Uh-oh. Yeah! Die! See? Ow! Deja vu! I've just been in this car before. Ah! So you can't get me now. Right? Whoa! No! Hello! Grab smash! Whoa! He knocked his whole body off! Consider yourself pregnated. And welcome back. Any questions about the stream or me, feel free to ask in chat. Otherwise, I'm just going to get back to continuing the game. Again, this is the Hayseed Knight, available on Steam. One question. Yes, what is it, Gwen? What's up? Why am I so lovely? Because I'm not obsessed with the pursuit of capital. And like, I'm not driven by greed. And I like to help people. Maybe? I don't know. It's almost like not giving a shit about money makes someone a better person. You have a question too? Yes, Nug, what is your question? Oh, it's like we're in a classroom now. You raise your hand at the back in your chair. Is mayonnaise an instrument? Anything can be an instrument if you're brave enough. Who killed Mr. Burns? Nobody, he's still alive. Now, if you said who shot Mr. Burns, that's Maggie. But as far as I'm aware, they've not killed off his character entirely. Thank you for head pat. How did I get so cute? Talented artists. Right, I'm gonna continue the game. I think I read half of that. Between the gaps, she spotted Aina's puzzled visage.
What? You didn't like my impression?
Aina tightened and loosened her hand into a fist, just like Sep had. On second thought, there was not an expression of confusion. Aina seemed absent, completely out of it. Her gaze was lost somewhere far beyond Sep's right ear, and her jaw was clenched with such strength that her mouth had almost disappeared. Completely unreadable face, with intentions that remained a mystery. She finally focused back, startling Sep. In a desperate bid to stop whatever it was that was managing to set her off so much, Sep reached out for the smith's head, moved just by the vague impression that she'd seen Pertok do that before. It wasn't the whack of a cane this time, but a desperate caress. And just like it had come, it was gone. Whatever it was, Aina remained completely unfazed, beyond the obvious surprise in her face from the unexpectedly kind touch. How would I react to nose boops? I'd probably go gwa.
You're all right. Everything is, well, you're here with us now, so it's about as good as it could be. Focus on that.
Aina looked around. She blinked slowly with big, dazed lilac eyes and then nodded, still looking a bit unsure.
I'm not great at this, am I? I'm sorry. If you're looking for a hug or something, you're going to have to ask.
It was only then that Sep realized her hands were still burning white on Aina's skin.
Amazing. You really are immune to my fire, aren't you?
What in the name of oblivion y'all talking about? Fire? Did I hear that right? What just happened here? What were you trying to do now?
Calm down. I wasn't trying to hurt her. I mean, I don't think I could to begin with. I was just trying to...
I don't give a darn what you were trying. You and I are gonna have a chat on a little something called consent when we're done here, Missy. You all right, boss? You hurt anywhere?
Aina was fine, save for a huge increase in bodily temperature that had very little to do with Sep's abilities.
She's fine, okay? Well, she's kind of not, but that's the whole point I'm trying to make. I couldn't hurt her on a physical level if I tried. She's invulnerable to my magic.
So what?
An alteration in your connection to the Hatsa, remember? That's how offensive Sephihet works.
Yeah.
You can't just grab a rock and curse it. It doesn't have blood or any adequately prepared vessel to form a connection, right? The only living creatures that are not connected to the Hatsa and are therefore immune to alterations are plants. But does she look like a Makadar to you?
You ain't making a lick of sense, Sep.
Sep put her hands on her temples, trying to make her logic make sense.
When I found Aina back in the brig, she was completely lifeless. And I don't mean that figuratively
Valerie,
either. She was a literal
time to
rock
hydrate.
until I fixed
Stop
that.
slouching.
I'm not sure of what she is, but she's not alive in the same way you or I are.
You're starting to sound like Bearbeth.
I hate to say this, but that's because he's right. Not about the Gollum part, of course. That's just nonsense. An object with an artificial bond would simply stop functioning if untethered, not disappear from everyone's memories.
She must be a living being somehow.
She could have told you that.
Well, not with words.
Sorry.
So here's the real kicker. She's not dead, and she is not alive. However, her whole sentience relies on the life essence provided to her, in the same way we rely on vegetal sustenance to keep us alive. If my deduction is correct, Ana's life force wouldn't be something organic or intrinsic, but rather applied to her and refillable. She's like a cursed mosquito, essentially. Before existing, she can recreate connections through the bloodstream.
What?
Yeah, no, I concur.
Okay, that may be too difficult. Let's go back to the facts. I deduced that the only way to wake her up would be sharing a bond with her. But try as I may, I could not form a new connection that would let me tether some of my own energy to her.
Hey, Ada, what do you think Ina would say to us if she could talk? Why do they call it oven when you of in the cold food, of out hot, eat the food? Okay.
Okay, look, I gave up trying to understand this whole thing like 2 minutes ago, but that sounds to me like maybe you should try to take it easy with all the bond and stuff.
It just means that someone was dead set on protecting her from anyone else's influence. So I had to find a way to provide my own life force to refill whatever powers her connection to the Hatsa and wake her up again without a bond.
Ada and Ina just stared emptily at Sep. She sighed. You checked Tumblr and saw Iggy fan art on Tumblr? I don't even have a Tumblr. Wait, what? Did you put it in the Discord, perchance? Is it something I've not seen before? Because I'm interested now. What? Don't even use Tumblr.
She's not alive. She's not a golem. She functions like a golem, meaning she needs external power to exist. Someone powered her up. That someone didn't want anyone else doing the same. But her source of power was broken. She needed power again.
So she just needed new batteries? Sep turned her palm up and presented her forearm for them to see. Hang on, let me see. Oh, yeah, that... Okay, yeah, no, they posted that on Blue Sky as well. So yeah, I reposted that on Blue Sky. Don't use Tumblr. Yeah, I have seen that one. For anyone else in chat, so I can copy address. No, it is not Born. Fuck's sake. Let me just copy paste it there so everyone else can see. Right. A huge bite mark covered almost the entirety of it.
So I made her bite me.
Eh? Ada recoiled in horror. Aina took her hands to her mouth.
Why would you do such a thing?
I was all out of options, and I figured the sharp teeth had to have a functional purpose, obviously. It's called science, Adder. Look it up.
Yeah, she's a vampire then. Cool.
Are you out of your goddamn mind? Why didn't you tell me? You could have...
Ada looked at Ina, unsure of what he was even going to say. Of why he was going to say it? Found a little typo there for you, buddy. Or why he was going to say it. I just keep finding typos in everything I play. Why does this keep happening?
Because I knew you would act like this. Don't you get it? I brought her back to life. I brought you into my own mind. I even managed to channel your thoughts without having to say a single word to persuade you.
Oh, in this game's defense, less typos than Ace Attorney Investigations 2. And this game was mostly a one-person effort. Ace Attorney Investigations 2, we're finding a typo like every half hour. Sep took her hands to Ada's chest, and an ancient voice to his ears. Eyes shining eerily in the reflections cast by the water.
And this is barely the beginning. Who knows what else I could achieve through these powers? What we could learn from creatures like her. If I could only find out how the beasts managed to deactivate her in the first place.
Ada grabbed Sep's shoulders and gently pushed her away, refusing to meet her eyes.
You really do sound like Bearbeth.
Yeah, she's a person. Stop treating her like a thing. Ada grabbed the laundry basin and walked away from the warm room, reluctantly followed by Aina. I'm definitely with Ada on this. Sepp was left standing alone in the middle of the pool, dripping wet and frowning like a child who had just been told no. She wasn't just going to let the topic be, of course. She followed them into the locker room, her interest shifting pointedly towards Aina once more. Though her first thought was heading straight towards her, she decided to make a very slow and deliberate beeline towards Ada instead.
Always the hero, Adderson of the higher field, protector of lost causes, defender of what needs not be defended.
Sepp smiled, throwing both of her companions off. Then she turned to address Aina.
Funny that. He really seems to care a lot about you.
She's my best friend. Ada didn't bother looking up from the fabric he was dousing in hard soap.
What's all the whispering for, Sepp?
Sepp didn't say a single word. She merely had to wait patiently in front of Ada's face for the boy to bring his own defeat. She always knew how to stand and how to speak to make his throat turn dry.
So how much does she know about our thing?
Sepp, please. You know me. I'd never tell no one nothing at all.
I meant about the reminders that our own little bout with science left on your body. But we're all ears if you have something you want to share with the room.
Ada's jaw hung loose as he turned his head between Sepp and Aina.
No? Then I take it she's well aware then of all the nights we spent dining together in my room? Of your promise to entertain me at the risk of indebting yourself to me for life? Of your oh-so-moving proposal?
Aina took the bait, and Ada knew that Sepp knew that he knew too.
She didn't need to...
I see. So the noble-hearted Sir Adderson had the gall to swear his eternal love and allegiance to me while keeping my existence a secret from his sweetheart.
Say what? No, I wasn't keeping you a secret from her. Specifically.
But you don't deny your feelings towards her. You just so casually forgot to mention that you spent all of Dawn-soon begging someone to untie your sash. I had a feeling that may be the case.
Ada's whole face turned so red it looked painful. Still, he spoke.
Say your piece, ma'am.
I didn't think you'd have it in you to cheat on anyone, Adder.
Aina's eyes grew bigger by the second, her emotions guarded under her scowl. She observed the scene regardless.
Ilgrab roped you into this or what? I wasn't cheating with you, or on you, or whatever it is you're trying to spin this into. I ain't courting Aina. I saw no reason to tell her who I was dining with.
Those horns you were having for dinner, you mean?
Now that's not... Where the hell is this coming from, Sip? I thought you said I didn't owe you any explanations.
And you don't. We established that much. But there's a third person in this room. Did she agree to any of this? Were you so scared she would let everyone know you're a horn eater somehow?
Aina's eyes were completely fixated on his now.
Well, no. Of course not.
The tension of the situation was cut dramatically short by Sepp's sudden laugh.
Aw, did that fluster you? You should know by now I don't care either way, Adder. My business is a discreet one. I just delight in seeing you writhe under the weight of your own self-righteousness sometimes.
She turned to Aina with a grin that didn't end up quite mocking nor reassuring.
There you have it, Cabbage Head. He may be a liar and a coward, but for what it's worth, he loves you with all of his cheating heart.
I told you, it ain't like that. My conscience is clear as a sunny day, Missy. I ain't scared of what Aina thinks, because I know she don't give a friggin' bell pepper what it is I do with my life after work. Right, Aina? There ain't nothing between us.
The half-hearted nod Aina sent in his direction made Sepp's nonplussed smile shift into a smirk.
If there's nothing between you at all, then it should be fine if I do this, right?
What? Oh no! Look at Aina! Sepp leaned towards Ada and stole a long, hungry kiss that severed any connection the boy had to the world of the living.
Yes! Feed me!
Aina's jaw fell to the ground. She could only move an index between Sepp and Ada, failing to even form the thought required to attempt to sign anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to do that after all?
Adam mumbled something that could only have made sense to the mind of a very touch-starved deer. Aina wielded this as the most pointed of arguments.
Ah, I see. So you did want to keep that kiss for yourself. It's okay. Here, you can have it.
What?
What?
Oh, okay.
What?
Ada's kiss was returned to Aina via Sep's lips.
Yes!
Lynn, please. Lynn, will you please stop doing that?
No.
Everyone stared at the dust floating around in the steam. The temperature of the locker room several degrees higher than it was when they first walked in.
That's all the reaction I'm getting? How can you both be so useless? No wonder you're so convinced there's nothing between you.
God, all of chat simultaneously woke up when that happened.
I prided myself in being a better teacher than this, Adder. Wouldn't you like to share with Aina a bit of what you've learned? Or shall we go over the lessons together one last time, as a reminder?
Oh, Ada remembered. Ada remembered plenty, and he was about to give her a piece of his mind when...
That sounded like the front door.
Hey, I smell a lot of soap. Someone's been fooling around here.
No, trespassers? But the lock wasn't busted or anything. It's gotta be one of the new peeps overdoing it again. Hello? Is someone around here? You can come out. It's okay. We won't stab on sight. I promise.
What are those thugs doing here? Didn't you say this place was cursed?
It was. I mean, it was supposed to be. I told you it looked too nice to be empty.
Aina, it's your time to shine. Do something.
Aina's eyes snapped towards Sep. The only thing that shone about her was her teeth.
I don't think it's them you ought to be worrying about.
Fine. Go keep those thugs entertained. I can handle this.
Inconsiderate as he could be sometimes, Ada would have never willingly abandoned Sep to learn from the consequences of her own actions. A sharp slap where the tail began spurred him on, however. The next to naked stag waddled toward the previously locked entrance, praying to every god he could name. A huge scarred whitetail and a burly musk deer turned to glare at him. Ada recognized the duo from previous instances of assault and battery on his person. Nothing he hadn't survived already, and wouldn't survive again. Ada gulped, and then leaned against the doorstep, trying to block the view of the locker while Sep escaped towards the farthest and hottest room.
Well! If it ain't Talkman and Darbon shaking up the shack. Fancy seeing y'all here.
Oh, it was someone new after all. You startled us, you naughty beanpole. What are you doing sneaking around here so early? The sun's still up.
Oh, nothing much. Usual hammam stuff, if you can believe it. This buck came here to wash up with some friends after we got real low and dirty today. Yep, it's me and my super buff friends here. So, please don't kill me.
Ada shrugged vaguely toward the steam-filled hot room.
Oh, sounds fun. Hello?
A horrible growl and a big splash echoed all over the building.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of busy right now, doing, stuff.
Tis. This is why I hate the discreet guys. Talk about eager. I know this is slander, but sheesh. Manners, beesh. You ever heard of them? At least you had the decency to say hi. You new around the area?
No, I've been surviving uphill for a year and a bit. I'm pretty much local by now.
You pulling on my leg? No. You ski off slab for reals? Save my horns for tinder. I ain't tried to mug you since you was this big.
That's right. The fat row was here. Oh, talk about going to waste. Oh, for shame.
For shame.
The ruffians nodded to themselves mournfully.
Why, thank you kindly. Now I think I look better too, but a stag's gotta love himself where he can, and where's the slander right now?
If I'd known you was gonna turn out like this, I would've cut you some slack.
I keep telling you, you can't rob every cute buck dry. You gotta leave them with enough to survive if you ever want a chance to find someone to settle with.
If they can't even wrestle a knife out of my hands, I wants nothing to do with them.
Ada wasn't the most perceptive of bucks, but every so often, even he could put one and one together when someone was screaming 2 in his face.
Oh, so you two are... And this is the sort of place where y'all... Oh, what the hey? I've eaten my fair share of horns already. Y'all got some lovely racks there.
Oh, thank you, sweetie. That's very kind of you. We're gonna have to work on your compliments, though.
So yeah, it's a gay bathhouse. Lovely.
Ha! He's Geoff's lad, all right. So, how come we ain't seen none of this lankiness here? Mr. Asshat didn't tell you about this place?
No. He did. But he mentioned a curse and...
Ah, yeah. The curse.
Ooh, him? That beast only visits on 5th days. He'll have your horns before you even had a chance to say hi, if that's your thing.
Ask Geoff's lad, will ya? For shame.
For shame.
The muggers laughed loudly, shaking their heads and patting Ada's back half mockingly, half reassuringly. They only stopped their inside jokes when they realized Ada had no idea what they were talking about.
I mean, you know why Geoff is so well known around Slander, right? Why he chose to live here?
Because he can't afford to be anywhere else?
Nay, the lad loves it here. He got the smell of money to him, but says he never felt he belonged more than when he ran away to the slums.
That crazy stumpy mushroom just sprouted up at Slander one day with his hat and his dramas and his bad music. You know Geoff. He lived his life so carefreely that a lot of us felt kind of inspired to find that strength in ourselves, or something like that.
You saying Mr. Bard started this?
No, of course not. Geoff wouldn't put an ounce of effort into making things easier for anyone if it cost him his life. But I guess he did kind of plant that seed inside of us.
In more ways than one.
I was waiting for that. Geoff's had everyone around here. Ada pressed his lips into an awkward line while the older guys chuckled.
It's how it is, yeah? Lots of bad things happening in Slander, but we got enough to deal with go telling people how to lead their lives. That's why we don't let the guards anywhere around here. We figured it'd be a perfect place for a lot of folk. We may be crud, the bunch of us, but we keeps an eye out for those that got nowhere to feel home, and we'll peel the skins off anyone that dare lay a finger on them.
Well, some of us still adore having this little bit of privacy, though.
And big hunks of bulky meat. Loads of those in rough places.
Tokme pinched Darban's saggy underarm, chuckling to himself.
I never realized this place had so much life, I guess. Something y'all want to protect, even here. It's kind of moving. For real.
Oh, this beanpole! You're secretly a poet, aren't you? Just ditch Mr. Big Hat already. You're gonna become a star someday, sweetie. Or at the very least, a niche market speciality.
Aye, find a whole lot of stuff to eat. You'll become the cream of the crops of Slander.
The couple laughed again, and this time Ada joined too.
Hey, speaking of eating, I'm afraid one of my friends is gonna get a good bite if I don't run back soon. But, it's been great getting to meet y'all. I'll come hang out some other time, if that's all right.
But of course, dear. Take as much time as you need. Just make sure to clean up after yourselves when you're done.
Don't be a stranger, lad. Say hi the next time we beat you.
Nah, I sure will. Wait, what?
The two thugs stayed in the locker room, getting ready for the evening ahead. Ada needed to get mentally ready for his own, too. He traced his friend's steps, signs of struggle, rather, hurrying towards the room where he'd abandoned Sepp and Aina to their luck. An impenetrable wall of steam made it impossible to see anything inside. Though Ada was briefly tempted to grab his clothes and run far, far away, where he wouldn't have to deal with the fallout and the grief of whatever had become of Sepp, His sense of responsibility wouldn't let him budge. And so he walked into the room, a sense of extreme dread filling his chest.
All right, I'm here. Please don't be dead.
The only person who looked half dead was Aina, floating belly up in the hot pool right next to a sitting Sepp, thoroughly soaked and covered in shallow cuts and soon-to-be bruises. Sepp barely glanced back as she waved.
What happened here?
Oh, Adder. I don't think you're old enough to hear about it. It seems your Horneater meetup went well, at least.
Okay. Well, Aina looks happy. So I'm happy.
Don't think I can't tell what you're trying to do, and let me tell you, it ain't working.
I'm not trying anything. On the contrary, I've always found curiosity a very attractive trait.
Well, I'm real curious about getting the hay out of here right after you tell me how you managed to pull this off.
I'm not going to get a rise out of you this time, I see. Please, allow me to demonstrate. Aina, sit.
Aina opened her eyes, stood up, and sat on the steps to the pool without delay.
Now, do a handstand and somersault.
Aina obliged, and it was amazing.
All right already, I got the idea. Quit doing the magic voice thing.
No, you haven't seen the important part. Aina, good job. Who's a good girl? Oh, are you going to act all coy now that your boyfriend is here? Who's a good girl? You are. Yes, such a good girl.
Aina started shaking and drumming her legs so fast that the floor threatened to break.
Hey, that's our thing. You stole it from me, you cheater.
Sepp raised her eyebrows condescendingly, but added nothing else. A quick, worried glance back at Aina revealed that she seemed completely unconcerned about both this extremely uncharacteristic display and literally anything else in the world.
You sure you're okay with this?
Aina cocked her head at the question. Okay with what? She seemed to ask as if this was the most natural and evident thing she'd ever done in her life.
I don't know what happened. She went from trying to drown me to being at my beck and call. Not even a smidge of attitude about it until you came back.
Yeah, she could be a little bit like that. Foaming at the mouth raging one moment, and the next she's asking you for sugar. I got this nagging feeling in the back of my hunch there's gotta be some itty-bitty tiny detail you're keeping from me all the same.
You can just see for yourself if you don't believe me.
Ada sat down next to Sepp, observing as she pulled Aina in towards her. She started scratching her jowls to demonstrate the Smith's Stop giving me words I don't know. What is this word? Who says words like these? I don't. I'm too bimbo. Got scared when I saw the Buddha. Guess I have stage fright. God damn it, Uzi. Mansuetude? Mansuetude? Yeah.
It ain't like I don't want to believe you, ma'am, but I reckon you'll forgive me if I'm a little suspicious after that whole science tirade.
Who knows? Maybe I really fried her mind when I let her eat me.
Bite! Bite! Made her bite you! Oh, why are you like this, Sepp?
Because it bothers you. Why else?
Sepp lifted her arms up, releasing Aina from her bliss, only to shift her attention to Ada.
Won't you let me bother you both?
Bother us! Gee, Sepp, like you ain't done enough of that today.
Ada's eyes shifted towards Aina. Sepp immediately grabbed him by the cheeks and turned his head back to her.
Are you really going to ignore me twice and then crawl back when we're alone? Keep playing dumb until the end of the world so no one gets hurt? Wouldn't you rather be honest with yourself for once and seize everything you want? You don't have to choose every time, Adder.
All right, that's it. Time out. This ain't no time to be talking or kissing or any other ends you got in your head right now, ma'am.
So when will it be? I'm afraid that between getting eaten by a pack of beasts and murdered by the fiancé you stole me from, my schedule may be a little tighter than usual in the foreseeable future. You want to spend our time wisely? Then get over whatever deep denial complex you two have, and let's just
focus on the situation at hand. Right, boss?
Oh my god. Oh.
It ain't like we got them self-denials or any of that radish stew you're trying to feed us. We're, Smiths. Yeah. Iron-hearted folk. We're the best at staying focused. You won't distract us from our mission.
I'm not trying to... Fine. You're hopeless. I give up. Just humor me for a second, and I'll leave you alone. Hold her hand for me. That's all I ask. If you two die without ever having held hands, I'm going to be really mad at myself.
Ada and Aina looked at each other. Then they looked at Sep.
Just holding hands? And you promise you'll lay this whole thing down?
I promise. You do still remember how I feel about promises, right?
This close, chat. This close. Ada couldn't even keep his gaze on his boss as he wrapped one of his massive hands around her hand, and wrist, and forearm. Aina held onto one of his fingers in exchange.
Your form is unorthodox, to say the least, but it will do. Now, what are we thinking?
Do we have to do this?
Indulge me.
I'm thinking one of these shovels would be enough to scoop her up.
Gods, I know. And how does that make you feel?
Good. Embarrassed. It makes me feel like I want to protect her.
Great breakthrough. But is that something you want, Aina? Do you want Ada to protect you and hold you and tell you what a nice little boss you are?
Aina glanced away like she hadn't heard.
I asked you a question. Is that what you want?
Quit it, Sep. You know she can't give you an answer.
It's a yes or no question. She can move her lips or bend that tree stump she has for a neck, I presume.
Well, she don't gotta answer you.
I suppose that's true. Nobody has to do anything if you boil it down to a matter of personal obligation. But you can't just trudge through life expecting others to understand your every need without letting them know how you feel. That's not fair.
Oh, and you're an expert on fairness now.
You're the one who taught me that, you clodpole. Why are you being so difficult about this? I'm giving her the chance to tell you she wants you herself.
She can't tell me.
But you can know.
She can't let me know what she don't think to begin with. Leave her alone.
Sep surrounded Ada's neck with her arms, apparently leaning in for a hug. Then she let herself fall backwards into the pool, dragging the boy's head underwater with her. Ada struggled for a moment, flailing and trying to pull away. But when he finally opened his eye, he saw her, those intense blue eyes, staring back at him, dying to be heard.
I don't care if she's a beast, a doe, or a dehorned gazelle, Adder. Eka talks about Aina like she was her sun, her stars, and Baitatse itself. Trust me, I know. Mom used to talk about me that way. I have no idea how long one of their cycles is supposed to be, but seeing how feeble Aina's connection to the world is, there should be no way any of them could remember her past a couple of days. Not unless they were being actively reminded. I'm trying to get close and wear her down for a reason. I know it's cruel, but I beg you, stop getting in the way of my plan.
Ada had to hold back the physical need to sigh underwater, turned instead into a stream of bubbles leaking out of his snout. He focused on thinking with his mouth closed.
Look, Sep, you're real smart and I'm not. You know something's wrong way before I do. I got no clue of curses and cycles and whatnot either. But I've never had a problem remembering Aina. Not a single day since I've known her.
That's the thing. You see her every day. You don't have to remember anything. Even just hearing her name would be enough to jog your memory most of the time. We've been through this. You wouldn't even know if you had forgotten. This is not the time to lull on loyalties anymore. I need your help to learn if she's truly devoted to you, or if she's just been fattening you up so her sister could bite off your...
Ada put a whole hand over Sep's face and lifted her head out of the water, effectively shutting her up. He only followed her out tentatively once it was clear she got the message.
Fine. Have it your way. Show me I taught you better than we both thought.
He'd be the one dealing with his friend. No magic or conspiratorial whispers required. Ada took a long look at Aina, who was just looking at them from the steps, clearly unbothered by the apparent murder attempt. He heaved a real sigh this time.
Boss, you know I love you, right?
Aina's blush shone brighter under her white hair. She nodded quickly with her head low.
I'm told I'm real darn fond of secrets for how much I talk. Thing is, I've been thinking a lot about what love is these last few moons. No, that ain't quite right. I've been thinking about what it means to love someone. What it means to me, anyway. I always thought loving meant caring. Wanting someone special to be well all the time. To be that perfect little shine in your eyes. Because I thought loving meant seeing only the good parts of the one you love. Defending them, even from your own thoughts. Sep here made me realize that when you live pretending someone's perfect and everything's fine in the world because you're together, you're not looking at what's in front of you. You're loving a whole other person you made up in your own head.
Ada took a deep breath. Sep sent a concerned look in his direction, but he shrugged it off.
I'm sorry, boss. I've really tried my best to let it be. To make like I couldn't notice when things were out of place. But this whole thing is a lot. It's way too much. It's way, way, way past that. We're all in danger. Or at least, me and Sep are.
Aina's throat moved with a gulp. The corner of the room stood narrow and suffocating in contrast to how big Ada seemed looming over her.
I love you. And I know somewhere down there, you love me too. That's why I think it's time you came clear about some things.
Let her answer.
You're not a doe, and I know that. What are you then?
Aina's mouth moved senselessly.
You won't get anywhere asking questions like that. Remember, mind the envelope more than the letter.
This really ain't the time for riddles, Sep.
Didn't you want to be in charge? Then figure it out, Adderson. I'm not going to sit by and watch you do a shoddy interrogation job.
All right, I guess I do have to be direct, so she can answer yes or no.
Are you a beast, Aina?
Aina furrowed her eyebrows, confused. She shook her head slowly, unsurely.
You don't know either?
She's not quite telling the truth, but it doesn't seem like she's lying.
You think the patron could take such a big chunk of memories out of someone that they forget what they are?
I couldn't even start to guess. She may have never known to begin with.
Sep sounded a little more affected than usual as she trailed off.
So I'm gathering you really knew the beasts then. Yeah, 'cause you're sister after all, huh?
Aina shrugged her shoulders until her neck disappeared. Then she nodded.
So you're a beast too then?
Not necessarily.
Say what? Why are you replying for her now?
Because you're making stupid assumptions about how families work. Just stick to the facts.
So wait, is the patron your pa for real, or?
Aina nodded, confused. She didn't seem to understand what Ada was getting at.
What in the name of the Hatsa is for real supposed to mean here?
I don't know, maybe she's adopted, or...
And what's that to you?
Right. Sorry. When we were alone, Eka said you'd asked to get me on board. You wanted me to be part of the crew. So that means you knew they'd be coming, didn't you? What they'd be coming for.
Aina shut her eyes with a fear Ada had never seen in her. She nodded.
You really did know about this whole thing. That's
gonna yell at her.
fine. There wasn't no way you could have... Yeah, I bet they were just dragging you along, you poor thing. I mean, I know if you could have done something about it, you would have. My Aina ain't so heartless as to let something like that slide. No way. No way.
Aina's mouth hung open. Her lip trembled, forming words devoid of all sound.
What is it? If you know something, you gotta tell us. This isn't about you and me anymore, boss. Yes, I'm sorry. I know you can't really say anything, but...
I don't know what I was thinking. This is literally painful to watch.
You tried it your way, Adder. Now step aside. I'll get all the information we need.
What did I say? Hands off! Don't you dare stick your mind pokers in her.
We need to know what she's hiding.
She gotta choose to share with us.
And we suddenly have all the time in the world for that? When will you stop coddling her?
I'm not...
I didn't just escape getting burned in a steak to get roasted for a feast!
Leave Aina alone! She'll tell us when she tells us, Kay?
Ada clung to Aina, trembling like a newborn fawn, far more scared than the girl in question looked. This told Sep everything she needed to know.
I should have realized sooner. Of course you were just projecting all along.
What's that supposed to mean?
Nothing. It means nothing at all. We all want to protect ourselves in the end. I can hardly blame you for it. Let's just leave it here. I don't want either of you exploding.
Sep turned her back against them, whispering something only she knew under her breath. Master and apprentice finally crossed glances again, as meekly as they did everything important, but so very differently from any other time. It was the first instance ever recorded in history of Aina losing a staring contest. The smith simply joined Sep in looking away from Ada as she reassuringly patted his arm. It was fine. He'd be fine. They'd all be fine. The sound of a bucket falling made them turn around.
What?
Hi, Geoff. Ada took a long look at the situation. His rundown shack, Geoff, Sep, Aina, himself. A theatre play in the making of the murder mystery kind.
I just want to say, for the record, that whatever you do with your nights is your own business. But how come we have 2 people petting a golem instead of 1 now?
Hey now, we weren't petting her.
When you saw us.
No need. I could feel the heat in the air.
That was steam, Geoff.
Steam? Steam? I should have let them steam you in the trial this morning! Backstabber! Traitor! A fine friend you are!
Oh, you have any of those left?
Sure he does. He's got me, and I can promise you that Sep got no clue we knew each other at all. See, turns out I met her like a year ago, and I kind of helped her, and then we met again in the slums, and she offered to tell my fortune, and...
Fortune teller, yes, and I'm a gardener. In my many years working with tools, I've learned to call a spade, and a hoe.
And yet you still have the gall to call yourself both a bard and my brother.
Easy now, you two. That's not how bros should talk to each other.
Good thing we're not siblings, then.
Oh, how I wish if that were true! Then I wouldn't have to bear the need of removing my eyes for having witnessed such a scene! Ugh!
Always the drama queen.
You, of all people, should not be talking about queens, honey!
Then you should not be lecturing me on who I lay with. Or are you just jealous I got to him first?
Oh god, are you gonna kiss him now?
Oh, it's on, you little...
Can you two shut your snouts for 1 second?
All their neighbours echoed the fort with far less gracious words. Ada pulled his hands back little by little, shifting his remaining eye between the two.
Geoff, we got something real important to tell you. So how about we all take a nice, deep breath and calm down for her?
You want to try typing that again, Bird?
Calm down! You should have thought of that before taking my sister to bed!
I wouldn't have even looked in her direction if I'd known that! I mean, to be fair, it hasn't happened once since I found out, so...
This was a recurring thing? No, don't tell me! I don't want to know!
Please. You shouldn't even need to ask.
If I'm asking, it's precisely because I know you, Omaseptut. I know that little rotten, cynical mind of yours like it was my own. What were you hoping to achieve by tangling this poor little fool in your wiles?
I wasn't trying anything. I'm only here because I wanted to help.
Help? Help who? Help me become an uncle? Help Adder fight his profound loneliness? What kind of help could you give anyone? Haven't you broken enough families yet?
Stuff a sock in it, Geoff. You ain't got the foggiest idea what Sep's been going through.
Oh, and you think she's bared her soul to you just because she's bared her ass!
Aina choked at the quip. She did her best not to break into laughter, as Ada himself got ready to break Geoff's face. The gentle push of Sep's hand on Ada's chest was enough to stop him.
I burned him. On purpose.
Geoff's nostrils flared open as his eyelids slid down.
You even gave him your name.
Though Geoff seemed appeased, Aina kept her head turned towards Sep, looking at her with eyes as wide as platters. She finally found the answer to the question Ada had refused to answer, the origin of his mysterious burn marks. But while everyone else seemed in on the secret, they made no attempt to explain or even acknowledge her. Even Ada failed to notice her distress. He could be forgiven just this once, to be fair, though he was far better informed, and truly thankful for this brief respite Sep had brought. Ada, too, lacked the context to fully grasp the secret understanding shared between siblings. Aina cast her sight down, dejected. They were leaving her out of the equation once more.
You think we should tell him now?
Geoff's eyes sprung open again.
Tell me what? And you say you've seen all of this happen, and it wasn't just a figment of Ada's imagination.
All right, I think we're actually going to wrap up there. I know it's like in the middle of things, but I've gone 20 minutes over time, and I'm very hungry. So that, we're going to pick up exactly at this moment tomorrow, okay? Ugh. Yeah, I'm very hungry. I'm going to save there on page 2. And that's where we're going to wrap up. So those of you watching on YouTube, thanks for watching the VOD. If you want to keep up to date with everything, you can find all the links in the description below the VOD. So thanks for watching. Like, comment, subscribe if you want to help me in YouTube, because YouTube is a horrible maze where only the successful continue to succeed. But yeah, all the links, I'll put those in stream chat as well. So if you want to join our Discord, follow on Blue Sky, find the wish list, tipping page, that or everything's on there. Everything's on there. Right. That's going to be the end of the stream, so goodbye, YouTube.